Ladies and gentlemen, it is showtime and go time. Episode number 335 live here at the late night place to be in the most must-see show on Twitch TV. We are the very best in fantasy wrestling excellence, bar none, period. We are the Archiverse TV, and welcome to a very special edition of the Archiverse. Tonight, we are going to award 2 championships to 2 brand new holders, 3 technically, because we, of course, have 2 vacant championships. Championships, we're going to discuss why they are vacant and exactly who it is that is going to be competing for those championships in just a little while. This is actually coming off the heels of a fantastic show last night. It was our big stream preview of the summer, and of course it was the first stream preview of the Archiverse 3.0, and it was absolute fire. So we're going to have, of course, some discussions about that. We're going to talk a little bit about what's going on in the world of professional wrestling, some news and rumors from the dirt sheets, of course. And I do, of course, have a list tonight for Between the Ropes. One Woozy TV will not be here tonight. He's, of course, going to be spending some extracurricular time away from the business for the evening. Some business to tend to outside the company. So tonight I will, of course, be going down the top 10 list for Between the Ropes, and we'll get to that in just a little while. Before we do, though, we're, of course, going to have a quick look at any professional wrestling news and rumors that might be circulating at the moment. I didn't actually see a whole lot of interesting news, that is. Anyways, I mean, we did have, of course, a pay-per-view last night from New Japan Pro Wrestling and All Elite Wrestling. AEW, the Forbidden Door pay-per-view, was last night. I haven't watched that yet, but I'm sure there's some information regarding that, so we'll have a quick look at that as well. We, of course, had a debut, an ex-WWE superstar debuted in AEW as well. I don't know who has seen Forbidden Door and who hasn't, but we are going to be sharing just a little bit of news regarding that. But let's have a look and see what's going on. It looks like Chris Jericho appeared on WWE Raw to celebrate John Cena. That is interesting. Speaking of Forbidden Doors, you know, he is waist deep in an AEW contract, but I mean, it is Chris Jericho. I think at this point in his wrestling career, he can pretty much do anything he wants, and nobody's going to stop that from happening. But let's face it, I mean, it is good these Forbidden Doors are being kicked down. It is going to create a lot more entertainment and a lot more reason to invest in and create a lot more compelling television by doing so. And the WWE has always done it. They've just done it on a more of a quiet level. You know what I mean? They just cover up the fact that they selected some superstars from Ring of Honor back in the day, or back in the day, you know, ECW or any other independent promotion from the day. They just didn't really boast about it. Like today, they make sure everybody knows where their talent is coming from. They like to make sure they give credit where credit is due for where they came from and coming into the company to look to become a superstar for their promotion. So things are a little different. But anyways, this is WrestlingNews.co, and it is an article by Paul Davis. Again, Chris Jericho appeared on WWE Raw to celebrate John Cena. I haven't watched Raw yet. I'll probably watch that later. But anyways, WWE brought out more big guns to share some words about John Cena on tonight's episode of Monday Night Raw. AEW star Chris Jericho sent in a video message, and it was played tonight on Monday Night Raw. Well, last night. This is, tonight. I was thinking the Forbidden Door pay-per-view. I'm getting Raw and that confused. But yeah, so it was played on Monday Night Raw tonight. So the message appeared to have been filmed backstage at an AEW show, which is also interesting. Jericho is the third AEW star to appear on tonight's show. Earlier, Bryan Danielson, referred to as Daniel Bryan, and Paul White, referred to as Big Show, appeared earlier via recorded video message. As was noted earlier, Tony Khan likely approved this, and of course, why would he not? Why would he not? That looks good on Tony Khan. It looks good on AEW. And to be honest, the fact that they're allowing videos clearly shot at AEW shows to be played on WWE television, that is also good for WWE, good for them, because again, there should be no forbidden doors. It just makes everything a lot more compelling. Again, my hope for WrestleMania for the future is WrestleMania doesn't just become the pinnacle wrestling show for WWE, which is a global giant, it is a machine, right? We have to all admit this. But I hope it doesn't just become the pinnacle show, the show of shows for the WWE. I hope it becomes a show of shows for all of professional wrestling. How awesome would it be to see some superstars that busted their ass over in, say, AEW, and then some over in New Japan Pro Wrestling, some in Impact. They busted their ass all season long and caught some eyes in WWE to allow them to come perform on the grandest stage of them all and have different promotions all showcasing their talents on the largest, not just the largest wrestling show on the planet, but the largest show on the planet. It is a gigantic week-long spectacle of events and a hours-long show that will entertain you and make you invest in the company. But if you could have all of those wrestling promotions celebrate together once a year, WrestleMania would become that much bigger. And I think it is definitely something that should be at least discussed in the future. I don't know what Vince McMahon thinks of stuff like that. You know, clearly he's open to certain things, not others. Always kind of has been. But me personally, I would, if it were me, I would, first of all, as the biggest wrestling company in the world, I'd be paying attention to my competition. Whether I viewed them as competition, I'd be paying attention. I want to know who is their big stars. And if we work together with their promotions to have those stars come onto the show once a year, if they've earned that spot and come on and showcase their talents, who's to say that their working relationship doesn't grow even bigger and those stars end up in WWE at some point anyways. So there's that too, right? But again, WrestleMania, if you want it to actually be WrestleMania, because it's not WWE Mania, it is WrestleMania. If you want WrestleMania to explode further into the future, you open those doors and you pay attention to the superstars in Impact. You pay attention to the superstars in AEW. Get some interpromotional feuding going if you even need to do that, right? But either way, you've got talent over there. Bring them, invite them to the grandest stage of them all. Showcase talent, make it one giant spectacle wrestling event, the event of events for all wrestling promotions, somewhere they can all, look to, as a goal. A set of goal to try and get to WrestleMania, whether you're actually in the WWE at the time or you're not. It makes that dream for others that are outside the WWE just a little bit close. It brings that dream a little closer to them. But anyways, so other names that appeared in the latest Cena segment via taped messages included JBL, Stone Cold Steve Austin, Stephanie McMahon, Randy Orton, and Kurt Angle. Alright, so it looks like AEW Rampage show rebounded from drawing their lowest key demo rating. That's good for them. SmackDown ratings dipped a little bit from last week. That's not a surprise, really, considering. I'm trying to avoid the negative information because, of course, some new negative information come out about Vince McMahon, right? About did everybody know anything about the rape allegation? Life is great. How you doing? Welcome into episode number 335. Got an Archer special event tonight. We have 2 vacant championships that we're going to award. It's going to be a great night, great action. Star-studded cast for the tournaments, and of course we have a fantastic kickoff match to get things going here in a little while. But what's new and exciting? You were, of course, at last night's event, WCW Bash at the Beach. What a night that was. Last night was absolute fire. Absolute fire. Alright, so let's see here. Ex-WWE wrestler corroborates Rita Chatterton's rape allegation against Vince McMahon. Of course, so this person had come out and suggested that back in the 80s, Vince McMahon had forced himself on her So some new information from somebody else came out. So former WWE referee Rita Chatterton was interviewed for the first time in decades. This is another Paul Davis article, by the way, for WrestlingNews.co. Interviewed for the first time in decades in New York Magazine by Abraham Reisman, the author of the upcoming unauthorized Vince McMahon autobiography. And Chatterton did not want to go into details on what allegedly happened in 1986 in a limousine, but her story was corroborated by ex-wrestler Mario Mancini, real name Leonard Inzitari. He is the first person to speak on record about the allegation and says that he chose to speak because of the recent allegations that are currently being investigated by WWE's board of directors. Here's an excerpt from the article. Inzitari doesn't use the word rape while talking about what happened, but he describes something that sounds like the conventional definition of that term. Was she taken advantage of? Absolutely, Inzitari says. Was she scared to death? Absolutely. Did she want to do that? Probably not. Chatterton went public with her allegation in 1992 on Geraldo Rivera's talk show. At the time, she said that in July 1986 she wanted to talk to McMahon about gaining full-time employment. And McMahon allegedly said that he didn't want to discuss those matters at the large dinner that they were at, but they should talk privately. As Chatterton was getting into her car, she says that she saw McMahon in his limo, and he suggested that they talk there because he was tired and the limo driver was not there at the time. Reisman wrote, she declines to describe to me the specifics of what happened next, and then detailed what she had said before in two separate appearances with Rivera. McMahon allegedly told Chatterton that if she wanted a $500,000 a year deal, then she would have to satisfy him. He then allegedly forced her to perform oral sex and then forced her to get on top of him for sex. And McMahon allegedly threatened her to do this or risk getting blackballed from the industry. Chatterton said that she initially did not tell her story out of fear that her parents would suffer from health issues due to stress, and she only told the story after they passed away. And Rita Chatterton's 1992 appearance of Geraldo can be seen on YouTube. Shayna Baszler believes NXT once had the best women's locker room there has ever been in women's wrestling. Yeah, I know. To be honest, life's great. I doubt it's the only incident. You know what I'm saying? I highly doubt it's the only incident. Is the saddest part of that whole thing. And whether or not we find out about more, I don't know, but it depends on how this starts to unfold, right? If this starts to unfold favorably for those that are bringing the allegations forward, we may end up finding more out, because I firmly believe that there's more still hidden in the dark. But I'm not saying specifically for Vince McMahon, but potentially others in the company that were covered up at the time or what have you. Yeah, I hate that too. Yeah, I know, right? It is not a situation you wish upon anybody, that is for sure. So Shayna Baszler does believe that NXT once had the best women's locker room there ever was. This is an article by Michael Schroot, and it is WrestlingNews.co. This week on Ed of Character with Ryan Satin, Shayna Baszler discussed her time in NXT being portrayed as a bully. Shayna Baszler was asked to talk about her time in NXT. I will go to my deathbed and say that the women's locker room at the time that we had, like around the first women's War Games match, was the best women's locker room that has ever been in wrestling, Shayna said. I'll put it up against all Japan women. It didn't matter who you picked out of that locker room. You'd be like, oh man, they're going to have a match. They're going to be a banger. Every girl was worth her salt. On top of that, and this is the rarity in all women's sports, is that everybody got along. There were no issues. Everybody just wanted to tell the best story. Everybody just wanted to put on the best match. In hindsight, and we've said this, in recent years that things have changed a lot just because of the landscape of the world and what happened, but like we really took that for granted. You never know you're the best in the times when you're in them, but man, some of my best friends came out of that locker room. Her thoughts on her character in NXT being portrayed as a bully, and they're fans like, who's this Shayna? Shayna's a bully and they're supposed to be an anti-bullying company. It's like, yes, you're supposed to feel this way. How frustrating is it that you support the company that is an anti-bullying and no one can stop the bully? When you feel real things, real stuff, I wish more fans could take a step back and be like, whoa, I totally got fooled here for a second. You know what I mean? At the time, we were all really good friends in the locker room. Everybody's like, Shayna's ruining everything. I was like, you got fooled. We did good. You were feeling real stuff about wrestling, and you have to take a step back no matter what it is. So basically, a lot of people, and I mean it's true in many instances where fans, they forget that there's storylines involved, right? These people are playing characters, so of course they're a bully. I mean, they're not. The company does not support bullying. It is part of a story. They're telling a story. Shayna Baszler is part of that story. She happens to be the badass bully of that story. So, but some fans get so caught up, and it does create, issues for the company and other such things. But yeah, there's many instances where we've seen that in the past, and we'll see it again. I mean, fans. Does everybody? We talked about this a couple of shows ago, but remember when Vince McMahon's limo exploded? So many people fell for that. They called 911. People from the show even called 911. So things like this happen, and let's be honest, it can be a PR nightmare for the company when crap like that happens. But at the end of the day, you're not going to stop telling stories and doing. I mean, that is what they do the best, is tell stories. I mean, whether or not we like the stories all the time, neither here nor there, right? So, but yeah, again, there's many instances we can think of where we've seen people get really sucked into a storyline and actually start to believe what's happening. So, Miro apparently says, regarding AEW, I love this place and Tony Khan believes in me. Well, I guess that's yet to be seen, but yes, and of course Cesaro, Claudio Cassignoli debuted in AEW. So this is another article by Paul Davis, WrestlingNews.co. It says, as many of you saw tonight, which was last night, Claudio Cassignoli debuted at the AEW New Japan Pro Wrestling Forbidden Door pay-per-view. And while many people already knew that he was likely AEW bound, he still got the biggest pop of the night. The fans and AEW wrestlers were not the only ones who were happy to see him. WWE stars Xavier Woods and Becky Lynch publicly expressed their happiness for Cassignoli tonight. This is almost unheard of, but apparently they were not worried about people in WWE getting upset with them for supporting their friend in AEW. Now, of course, we now know why they weren't going to be upset about that, because AEW stars appeared on WWE Raw to celebrate John Cena, right? Again, this is good for business. I hope things like this continue. This is good for business. It gives us a reason to invest in all promotions. It gets us a little more excited to see what's going to happen next on all promotions, see who they've got coming through the doors. Who are they going to talk about next? Who might show up in one of the other promotions on one of the shows next? I mean, this is good stuff. It's a good time to be a pro wrestling fan, especially if they continue this trend. So yeah, as soon as he showed up, Lynch tweeted, yes! Lynch followed up by posting a screenshot from Cassignoli's AEW debut, and Woods tweeted, let's go! Cassignoli was one of the most beloved people in WWE, and there were a lot of people who were sad when he left the company in February. On tonight's pay-per-view, Cassignoli defeated Zack Sabre Jr., and he will wrestle at Blood and Guts this Wednesday night, so he's already being pushed as a top guy right from the start. And as he should be, by the way. As he should be. Because, I don't know why Vince couldn't manage to grab the ball and bounce it down the court. Maybe he's not good at dribbling. Basketball's not his thing. I don't know. But if AEW plays their cards right, Cesaro, even though he's getting up there, so they need to do it now and get him the next 5-6 years a great run, he could easily be a tremendous world champion for that company. Tremendous world champion. A great talent. I'm super happy there's another place for him to go and showcase his talents. To be honest, I just think he's going to end up back in the WWE eventually anyways. A lot of people that are there will, and some people that were never from WWE will also, by the way. That's going to happen, I guarantee you. But good for Cesaro. I am going to watch all of that later. I'm pretty excited. It was also rumored that Johnny Gargano might show up. I was super happy that it was Cesaro, and that is very, very cool. And I just hope that they continue to do good things with Cesaro, because a lot of the guys that go over there end up just, I don't know, it's like they don't mind becoming complacent all over again in a different location. But anyways, that's where I'll leave that comment for now. But yeah, I'm interested. I can't wait to watch that and see the pop that he gets, because he deserves it. Let's see here. Jay White comments on AEW future. This is a post by Marco Rovere, Wrestling Inc. So Switchblade, Jay White successfully defended his IWGP World Heavyweight Championship in the co-main event of the AEW New Japan Pro Wrestling first ever co-promoted pay-per-view, Forbidden Door. And White defeated Adam Cole, Hangman Page, and Kazuchika Okada to mark his first defense of the belt since winning it from Okada a few weeks ago. During the post-show media scrum, White remained in character, berating an AEW employee who attempted to put his championship belt on a holder to showcase it during his interview, but who accidentally knocked it to the floor. The incident played nicely into White's response to Wrestling Inc. managing editor Nick Hausman's question about what's next for him in AEW. And he said, and this seems to be a pretty big if, we can have someone, when I successfully defend my IWGP World Heavyweight Championship, if we can have somebody to be prepared to put this up here for me, I'll feel a lot more inclined to come by, White said. I'm very pleased. Obviously, I don't ask a lot. It's just something like that. And to answer your question, would I like to continue to stick around in AEW? I don't know. Will I? I don't know, because this is how it works. I don't have to tell you anything. I don't have to give away anything. When you're the champion and the guy who single-handedly sells at arenas like Madison Square Garden and United Center, you can kind of do what you want and show up when you want, so stay tuned, I guess. White has been vocal in the past about the freedom he's been given by New Japan to come to AEW and make appearances, although that was before he was holding the company's primary championship. It's unclear when or where we'll see White in AEW again, but if Forbidden Door proves to have been a financial success, fans could be treated to a future match between White and AEW World Champion, something he teased during the media scrum. So that's interesting. And I'll be honest, I wouldn't mind seeing that. So that's very, very interesting. So yeah, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of additional information. Yo, life is great is Trish Stratus tonight. Life is great says Cesaro and Seth Rollins had a wild rivalry for a while. Yeah, they did. Cesaro was a fantastic talent. I was also one of the people sad to see that he was released from the company, or at least his contract expired and it wasn't renewed. Whatever. Cesaro was always fun to watch. He was a great athlete, very, very good wrestler. So again, it's nice that he has a place to go and showcase his talent still. At the end of the day. But yeah, other than that, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of really interesting, new, and intriguing information as far as the dirt sheets go. Life is Great says he was a fun high flyer. Yeah, well, so that's the thing, right? Like, because he's quite a big dude and he can fly. I mean, he was so agile and athletic, and he could move in that ring at a high pace. So he was a lot of fun to watch. I miss watching Cesaro in WWE. It's too bad that he's. But I mean, like I said, it's nice that he still has somewhere that he can go and showcase his talents, and he's going to have fun with that, I'm sure. And I'm hoping that they do right by Cesaro. Boss Apollo, what's going on, Boss Apollo? What is new and exciting? What's going on? Welcome to episode number 235. Anything new and exciting going on tonight, boss? But anyways, so, Life is Great. Do you have any favorite moments with Cesaro or favorite matchups? Or Boss Apollo or anybody else that wants to answer that question, really. I did really enjoy the feud with Seth Rollins, though. I'll agree with Life is Great on that one. Now, I don't know if that's a favorite moment of Life is Great. I'm just saying I agree that I really enjoyed the rivalry. They told a good story. They put on a good show. They did not disappoint one moment during their rivalry. At least in my opinion, anyways. Maybe some people might have been a little more critical of that feud, but me personally, I thought it was well done. Nothing about getting ready for tomorrow? Oh, nothing but getting ready for... What's tomorrow, boss? Did I miss something? Were you in Life's Great talking about something? Nope, I scrolled back. What's going on tomorrow? Life is Great says, I really only started following WWE throughout the pandemic and whatnot, so I didn't see much before like 2020. Oh, dude. You need to go back and watch some 80s, 90s, and early 2000s wrestling. Go watch a whole bunch of clips and footage from when wrestling was great. When wrestling was great. But anyways, boss, what's going on tomorrow? How dare you respond to Life is Great before me, boss? Shameful. That is ghastly, sir. You watched any wrestling matches or events prior to, aside from WWE? $1998. You're 3 years younger than my oldest son. But that doesn't mean you couldn't have seen, because he has seen a whole hell of a library of wrestling matches, pay-per-views, events that date way back. But then again, he has me for a father that's been a wrestling fan my entire life. He was born in 95. I was 17 at the time. But anyways, boss, you still have yet to answer my question, Boss Apollo. Life is great. I think Boss is he's ducking the question here. I've seen quite a bit of wrestling. I'm trying to remember what one stuck out to me. Nice. What promotions did you watch the most before watching WWE? Because you said you didn't really start watching too much WWE until the pandemic times. So were you just watching regional promotions, or what were you watching? Because, I mean, it is all good, right? Wrestling is all good. I mean, if you can't look past the fact that some promotions are smaller and can't afford the same type of, say, pyrotechnics or special effects that the bigger companies can, then you know, you're not really there to watch wrestling. You're there to watch the wrong promotion because they're not there that night. But if you go to any wrestling event and look past all of that smoke and mirrors and just watch the wrestlers perform their body of work, a lot of wrestling events will surprise you. Boss Apollo, the question was, you said nothing but getting ready for tomorrow. I said, and how dare you make me repeat myself, shame on you, sir. Ghastly. But I said, what's going on tomorrow? Froggy Moth Legs. What's going on, Froggy? Welcome to episode number 335, Froggy. Got a special event going on tonight. We got some vacant championships that need awarding, so we're going to take care of some orders of business. And, of course, we got a great kickoff match. We're going to get to that in a few moments while we run down our top 10 list for Between the Ropes. I'm actually just kind of waiting to see who all's joining the broadcast tonight. I don't know if Boss Apollo wants to join. Glenola, I think, is going to be here at some point. He might still be busy. Life is Great says, but I remember watching when they still had ring girls on AEW. I've been awake since Bash? Holy hell, why have you been awake since Bash? That, by the way, did everybody have as good of a time last night as I did? What a show. That was phenomenal. And by the way, well over 200 people watched the show. Boss says, I got to go to court in the morning for a custody battle. Oh, that's not a good way to start your day. If I were you, I would wake up an hour early, jump in the shower, and suck back some Java, some liquid go juice. Try to get that mind functioning early. That's going to be a long day, sir. That is going to be a long day. And it is never enjoyable. But I hope things go well for you. But anyways, boss, what are you doing right now? Would you like to join the broadcast? Technically, because it is a special event, I've already sent out invites for the Archiver's special event broadcast, so anybody that has access to that can actually join the broadcast. Life is Great opening the betting lines. Here we go. Here comes the gambling fiend side of the army. Alright, so anyways, again, not really a whole lot of additional interesting information regarding the dirt sheets. It's basically all about John Cena. And other than that, just a lot of news and information that we've already read over the past couple of days seemingly repeating itself through different articles. So, I think that said, I think we can probably move on and get the show on the go, get the first match of the night underway. We have a fantastic kickoff match tonight, as you can see. It is a fatal four-way matchup, but this is not just any fatal four-way matchup, ladies and gentlemen. It is best 2 out of 3 lockdowns which means these 4 gents are going to be locked inside 4 sides of steel. The only way out of those 4 sides of steel is to defeat your opponent or an opponent 2 times. The winner, of course, will walk out of that 4 sides of steel the TWA United States Heavyweight Champion. The reigning defending champion from Team Christian Cool, the Iceman Christian Hart, is going to be going up against Little Joey Nightmare from Team Kraken Skulls. And we have, of course, a couple of newcomers, former United States champions in their own right, by the way. Cactus Jack, and of course, the Hurricane is coming through. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a great match, great way to set the tone and get things rocking and rolling, revved up, ramped up, and ready to rock and roll for the evening. And, of course, we're going to go over that top 10 list I was discussing. Again, Woozy is not here tonight. He is tending to business outside of the Archerverse for the evening. So I will be going through the top 10 list myself for Between the Ropes, and we're going to get to that in just a few moments. First, I'm going to catch up on the chat, make sure I haven't missed anything. Alright, so Froggy Mothlight says, oh my god, Little Joey's getting back to it quick. Little Joey is a fiend on various levels. It's a little it's a little concerning, actually. I'm starting to wonder if he's going to be as much of a problem as Carino Farmer. I mean, Carino Farmer started out, always scary and maniacal, but it wasn't much of a problem causer until recent times. Little Joey Nightmare, I mean, did you see what he did last night? Did anybody see what he did last night? That matchup, first of all, the first match of the night for the Andre the Giant World Heritage Championship Elimination Chamber, Little Joey Nightmare eliminates 4 people out of the 6, and then ended up losing to the Samoan Lion, BB King, Big Bubba Bruno from Team Soul Embers. But man, oh man, and then after that grueling matchup, he ends up later in the evening having a dark match main event, a go-home happy match with the Professor Poindexter from Team Froggy Mothlegs. And that was inside Hell in a Cell, and that was an absolute fire way to end the evening, and what a battle. It was so much fun to watch. If you haven't seen that matchup, you definitely got to go back and watch that. You also have to go back and watch the Elimination Chamber and watch as Little Joey Nightmare lays waste to everybody inside the chamber. It was absolutely a thing of beauty. But anyways, he's, of course, in our first match tonight. As you can see, it is going to be the Hurricane, Cactus Jack, Little Joey Nightmare, and the Iceman Christian Hart for the TWA United States Heavyweight Championship. So we're going to get that matchup underway right now. Our kickoff match for the evening. And here we go. It is showtime and a go time. Matchup number 1, numero uno. Episode number 335 live. Let's go. And of course, while they make their way to the ring, I'll start with our top 10 list. 9, 6, and a 3 for Life is Great. Froggy Mothlick says, oh yeah, to answer your question, Arch, barely pulled myself awake to catch the end of the bash. Then a streamer I mod for started a few hours early, then played moderated said streamer's Minecraft server, and it's now... Yeah, you didn't finish your sentence. And now it's... Oh, and now it's now. I totally read past the first now. I was like, what? Okay, gotcha. So you've basically had, you've been up for 24 hours basically then. Or close to by now. Froggy Mouth Legs with a 6, a 3, and a 1. You know, after some of the weird numbers people have gotten recently, wouldn't it be funny if somebody got your exact number but backwards? Like, for instance, Froggy got 631 if somebody got 136 right afterwards. That'd be weird. And here comes Cactus Jack. One of the most notorious hardcore champions in pro wrestling history. At one time, he was probably one of the more feared superstars in the locker room as well. Especially when he was hanging out with Terry Funk and they were going around laying waste to rosters across different territories.
Cactus Jack has proven on multiple occasions he will go to any lengths to win a match.
Yeah, you don't win or lose against Cactus Jack. You simply...
All right, anyways, we also have our segment for the evening, ladies and gentlemen. Between the Ropes with One Woozy TV. Again, One Woozy TV not here tonight. So tonight, Between the Ropes with the host with the most. And we're going to go over a list of the 10 greatest wrestling matches of all time. Now, this is an article by 25 Entertainment. And it was written by Brian Lloyd. Now, this list is actually a couple of years old, but for the most part, it should still be fairly relevant. Let's see. So, number 10, The Rock versus Mankind in an I Quit match. So, what was considered to be one of the most violent matches in wrestling history. Mick Foley took a whopping 11 shots with a chair to the face by The Rock. Hey, yo, boss, what's going on?
How you doing?
I didn't even know you were popping on. You didn't answer me, as per usual. You just leave me hanging, ask you a question, and then you come back and say, oh, what was your question? Oh, dear. And in between, you even answered life is great before you answered my question. Ghastly. Anyways, if you want to know the, actually, you know what? I'll bring it up on Discord so you can see the list. Give me one moment. I'll send it to you. It's quite an interesting list.
The Hurricane! Not to be taken lightly. Better be careful, Saxton. You might be mistaken for a supervillain. They could call you Chrome Dome.
What's up with that?
Does this guy really think he's a superhero?
Of course he does, Michael, but more importantly...
All right, I just sent it to your DM there, boss.
Okay.
I was literally just getting the list started, but seeing how you're here, I may as well give it to you so you can have a look at it, or if you want to run down some of it yourself, you can do that as well. I'm still just on the first part of it, so... we're right in the middle of, again, it's the 10 greatest wrestling matches of all time, and right now we're discussing The Rock versus Mankind's I Quit match.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that was when he got 11 chair shots to the face by The Rock. Yeah. So the match was documented as part of Beyond the Ring, which showed Foley's real-life wife and children watching the match from the ringside. The kids, unsurprisingly, were stricken and panicked when they saw their father being beaten over the head with a steel chair. And I guess you can probably, it's pretty easy to understand, why they were a little taken back, because when you're younger, you don't understand that that's a business and it's for show, and that Daddy's capable of even though it was dangerous and was concussion provoking. Oh, he probably had a concussion. Actually, he probably had a bad concussion after that. But
yeah, I think he did too.
Kids that young at that point in time, his kids were fairly young. They might not have but obviously didn't grasp the fact that it was part of the show. But neither here nor there, though, because at the end of the day, even if it's his wife, right? Like, you're watching your husband get pounded in the face by a steel chair, because it's not, those were legitimate chair shots.
It was.
You know what I mean? And he took 11 shots to the face. absolutely insane, right? Crazy. What did I was just gonna say, what did you think of that?
I think that match was crazy. And it was crazy, especially all those chair shots. I know for sure he had a concussion. He had to have a concussion.
And I mean, that was a time when they very first started banning certain moves too. Do you remember that? And I was thinking to myself at the time, I was like, wait a minute. So you can't do a Canadian Destroyer, but The Rock can smash Mick Foley in the face 11 times with a chair. You know, it's just one of those things. It's like, and let's be honest, the forbidden moveset was only forbidden to those that didn't have the power to do it anyways.
Yeah, like, you remember that one move that ended China's career? They banned that move for a while. The Tombstone, whatever move they did, they broke her neck.
Yeah. Well, and there's been a lot. Believe it or not, there's been a lot of banned moves. Not just WWE. I think people are under the impression it's just WWE that bans these moves, but no, that's not the case. They've been banned in pro wrestling, period, just because they're so dangerous. Like, one of the more dangerous moves that you wouldn't think would be, but is, actually ended Stone Cold Steve Austin's career, but that jumping sit-down pile driver that Owen Hart used to do. It's basically an inverted tombstone, right? But because a tombstone is simply a pile driver turned the opposite direction, and etc. And different delivery. But when Owen Hart would do it, he would pick you up, he would pull you in, and he would literally jump backwards, but drop to his buttocks, right? And I mean, think about that. Your body is moving as he is moving, and how could you ever properly protect yourself from that when you're not sure where he's going to land to begin with? At least if he's just going straight down like the Undertaker does with the Tombstone now, because the Undertaker had different variations of the Tombstone. A few of those weren't allowed to be done anymore either, right? But I mean, it's easy to understand, like, because have you ever seen Owen Hart do it?
I didn't really see him do it, but I watched like the highlights of like one of the dangerous moves in history, and that was like one of the moves that I saw. So you've probably seen at least some other person do that. Yeah, I did. Yeah. So, but it's dangerous because again, your whole body is shifting as he shifts. If it's already not a problem with potential impact and safety to begin with, any pile driver or a move like that involving the head, neck, and spine, the way it was done then was even. Now, to be fair though, Owen Hart had done that many, many times very safely. He was a very good wrestler. So let's not try to make this look like we're trying to attack Owen Hart here. We're absolutely not. That was a tragic accident, is all that was, right? It's nothing to do with his being unsafe or anything like that, but just happens to be one of those moves they eventually said, okay, well, if Owen Hart can mess this move up, then somebody else can definitely mess this move up, and we're just going to not allow it to happen, you know what I mean? Man, oh man. A lot going on in that cage. Christian Hart with a crossface chicken wing here. I think he tapped out the Hurricane. Somebody just got a fall. I don't know if the Hurricane tapped out or did Cactus Jack get knocked out by Little Joey Nightmare, or I don't know. There's so much chaos going on in there, and it was not very clear what just happened, actually. But anyways, man, yeah. So that was again, that was one of what they consider one of the greatest matches of all time. Now I don't know if it should be on a list of greatest matches of all time or most violent matches of all time, because just because it's one of the most violent matches in history doesn't mean it was one of the best matches in history.
You know what I mean? So I kind of feel like that shouldn't necessarily be on there. But do you think?
Yeah, I think it should be like one of the. I don't think it should be one of the greatest matches, but I think it should be like one of the brutal matches or one of the career-ending matches.
And Cactus expected that.
Knee right to the gut.
But yeah. I definitely don't think it should be on the greatest matches of all time. And I mean, the article literally starts with what is considered to be the most violent match in wrestling history. Not one of the greatest matches, but the most violent matchup. So why is it on? I don't know. It was fun to talk about it because you can reminisce, you remember it happening. But I mean, let's be honest, I think most of us wrestling fans, even at the time, were thinking, man, that's way overkill to Mick Foley with that chair.
Yeah, it was.
You know what I mean? Even back then. You know, I'm sure some people loved it, but I myself, as a lifelong wrestling fan, even then, you know, thought, holy crap, that is some serious overkill. You know, and dangerous. Dangerous. Wow. Hurricane putting on a good show in there tonight. Cactus Jack finally turning the tides a little bit, but Hurricane has actually looked fairly impressive in there tonight, boss.
He do. Very impressive.
And by the way, what'd you think of the signing of the Hurricane and Cactus Jack?
I want to expect the Hurricane, but Cactus Jack, I want to expect that, but Hurricane, let's see how he do.
Boom! Cactus Jack with that infamous inverted atomic drop. One of my least favorite moves, by the way.
The Hurricane was a good signing.
Might not have a pleasant ending.
Blind Locksmith says, Froggy, I got your money, don't you worry. And I did not open the betting lines for this matchup because I'm saving the betting lines for the two tournaments, if anybody's wondering. Life is Great started opening betting lines. I don't know how many of them ended up being open. I'd have to go back and look here. There's at least one betting line open, that I know. Looks like it's just the one. So yeah, we'll save it for... We will save it for the tournament. I actually thought there was more than one. Either way, I was saving it for the tournament, but now that I know there was just one, I'm glad I made the decision. Alright, so number 9 on the list was Bret Hart versus Yokozuna, WrestleMania 9. Now, of course, it's going to, you know, everybody remembers that match because somehow Hulk Hogan ended up winning that matchup, right? But that was considered one of the greatest matches of all time, and again, I've got to disagree because first of all, it wasn't that good of a match, and second of all, Hulk Hogan ended up coming into that match with the title.
Yeah, to me, I agree. I don't think that match is one of the greatest matches either. I don't think that is.
Yeah. Number 8 on the list is Triple H versus Cactus Jack, Royal Rumble 2000 Street Fight. Wow, look at that. The Iceman, Christian Hart, just defended his title. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the match. Best 2 out of 3 falls lockdown matchup from Team Christian Cool. The Iceman, Christian Hart. Crazy. Still the reigning defending TWA United States champion after being put inside 4 sides of steel, 2 out of 3 lockdowns with Little Joey Nightmare, Cactus Jack, and the Hurricane. I gotta tell you, I'm impressed. I am impressed. So yeah, Triple H versus Cactus Jack, Royal Rumble 2000 Street Fight. They say, we distinctly remember seeing this on Channel 4 in the middle of the night, and the sight of Cactus Jack getting a face full of thumbtacks made us nearly hurl. That actually, when I saw that, I was like, wow, he actually did that. But, again, I don't know if I can... I'm starting to really question this entire list as a whole.
Me too, because crazy.
You know, if you're going to say best wrestling matches of all time, I think a matchup like, I don't know, Shawn Michael versus Razor Ramon in the first ever ladder match comes to mind. I don't think it's Triple H versus Cactus Jack Royal Rumble 2000 Street Fight. That's my opinion only. I don't speak for anybody else, but, you know.
Okay, I could think of 2 other matches that was better than that match.
Do tell. Do share.
I think so. Like, if I had,
I mean, now that I know this list is so crappy, we're not even going to fully detail it. We'll read through it and we'll talk about what we don't like about what they're trying to tell us here. Good thing Glenola's not here.
I know, right?
Oh, he'd be livid right now. He'd be like, what?
He sure would.
Yeah. I mean, he will be here at some point, and he probably will make mention of it. I would imagine he's lurking as we speak, but...
he's somewhere lurking. Yeah, because this list... this list is not like...
Oh, it's rubbing me the wrong way.
Yeah, because you think about the greatest matches, I wouldn't put Triple H... I wouldn't put that on here like... I would have put... Let's see, I would put Undertaker and Shawn... I would put Undertaker and Shawn Michaels on this list. They were one of the greatest matches in history. I would have took that one out, and then I would have put Undertaker when he fought Ultimate Warrior.
Were you a Warrior fan, or was it just that particular match you liked?
Oh, that particular match.
That particular match? Okay. Yeah. I mean, I won't sit here and say that I never watched Ultimate Warrior matchups. You know, of course I did. I mean, he was, back in the day, like I said, I believe it was last night, in my opinion, he was one of the very first People's Champions.
Yeah.
Right? As far as, because when you think of a People's Champion as somebody that automatically draws your attention, makes you invest in the Warrior, like I said, it didn't matter if you were at Grandma's house down the street taking a dump, eating a cupcake. If you heard your dad's TV 2 miles down the road and the Ultimate Warrior's music cued, you sprinted down that road like Warrior, slammed yourself through that door, left a silhouette like Wile E. Coyote, and sat down and watched the Warrior run to the ring and have a 30-second match. But at the same time, I think the Warrior could have been, if he had have been able to control his own ego a little better when he was younger, I think he would have developed as a wrestler better and quicker. Because if you watch some of his matches, unfortunately, in other indie promotions and stuff, as he aged, he started using a little more wrestling technique and actually put on some good matches. If he had done that sooner, he would have been a lot more impressive, because one thing that made the Texas Tornado, who back in the day was a lot like the Ultimate Warrior in many ways, he just didn't run to the ring and didn't shake ropes, but in a lot of ways he was like him, especially when it came to being over with the crowd and being able to draw a pop. Look, the Tornado was so good because the Von Erich family were not just big men, they were not just good with the business, they were good wrestlers. And the Warrior, he could have been a total package if he just had listened. He could have been a total package, honestly. Let's see here. Listen to this. Number 7 on this list. Kane versus Undertaker Inferno match. Now, that was a good match. I'm not going to sit and say it was not. It was a fun match. It was a storyline-driven matchup, and it was a good time. Was it one of the greatest... this list, boss, is supposed to be the greatest wrestling matches of all time, and I'm sorry, that still isn't one of them.
It's not. Well, I don't know who made this list. What were they thinking about?
Don't get me wrong. Look, I didn't realize that the Iceman is bleeding all over the place. Can he not clean that up? I do not want that staining at my ring. Ghastly. The Blind Locksmith says, huge gimmick match. That wasn't just made for the spectacle. It was definitely a huge gimmick match. Definitely also not one of the greatest matches of all time. I think they needed to change this list to, these are my greatest matches of all time, or something, because they're certainly not. I'm sorry, they're nowhere near what you would consider greatest matches of all time.
Not even close.
All right, and while we're continuing to go down this crazy list and tear it apart, we're doing Glenola a favor. He's not here yet, so Boss and I are tearing it apart in his favor, in his absence. But we are going to get the tournament up and ready to go. You guys can have a look at the tournament bracket. We're going to get things rocking and rolling right now with the first tournament of the night. The first championship that we're going to award is the TWA Canadian Heavyweight Championship. And man, oh man, wait till you see the star-studded cast for this one. Now, it is a little suspect. Wait until you see. There's been a lot of weird things transpiring in the Archiverse pertaining to WCW, the Blind Locksmith, tables, somebody from the Archers management team. There's a lot of crazy things going on, and wait until you see. You'll know exactly what I'm talking about, because you'll see a lot of people in that matchup fighting over this TWA Canadian Heavyweight Championship. You will not see somebody that should be there. Somebody that should be there but is not there. But anyways, we'll discuss that in a few moments. We're going to get that on the go. Finish our supposed top 10 greatest wrestling matches of all time list. And we're going to have ourselves a good time with some great matches. The Blind Locksmith says, "You're gonna poop your pants." All right. And here we go. The first term of the night. TWA Canadian Heavyweight Championship will be on the line. It is vacant because, of course, we had a bunch of swines explode Archer's championship reign and make it end just a little bit early. And I mean very early, like, within moments of winning the championship early. But look at this star-studded cast. But look who we got here. We got the Wolfman Alan Severn from Team Glenola in the tournament. Look at this. We go, it's great that we have Sheamus. That's awesome. Deserving, should be there. Next we have Tables. The hardcore icon, Tables. The man that's been feuding with the Wolfpack. The man that has also had a side rivalry with Elijah Archer over the Canadian Heavyweight Championship is in this matchup. How convenient. How convenient. So far, the Wolfman and the hardcore icon in the tournament for the Canadian Heavyweight title, they all screwed Archer out of. Wonderful, isn't it? Next we have Scott Hall. That is awesome. Good to see Scott Hall, getting back into the championship spotlight. He and Nash have been tearing it up in the tag team division. He's looking for a little extracurricular activity. Wants to chase some singles gold. Awesome. Fantastic. Woo! Next, we got Stone Cold Steve Austin. Nobody is going to question the Rattlesnake, who's also been on a tear both in singles competition and in the Mixed Match Challenge World Tag Team division with Tony Storm. They are so popular, the fans even renamed them. They are no longer the Trailblazers. They are now known as Stone Cold Storm. And it doesn't matter how many posters and lunch boxes we put out that say the Trailblazers, the fans say, no, Stone Cold Storm. It is a craze, but it is a thing. But look at this. Look at this next person in the tournament. Look at this. Big money Marcus Stevens. Now, at first glance, you're thinking, yeah, good for Stevens. I'm a Stevens fan, too. I won't lie to you. I won't tell you that I'm not a fan of big money, but Marcus Stevens, Alan Severn, two members of the Wolfpack. Same tournament. Over the same title they all screwed Archer out of. How convenient. Isn't that lovely? This is getting better and better all the time. Next, we have Chris Jericho. Now, Chris Jericho's been causing havoc. Causing nothing but problems in the locker room, backstage, in the parking lot, wherever the AEW exiles go. Wherever the circle goes, they are causing issues. Right? There's locker room battles and wars over the AEW exiles. Why is he in the tournament? Why is he in the tournament? He's parading around that AEW All-Atlantic Championship. He can keep his toy. He already had his time to shine. He won the Andre the Giant World Heritage Championship and lost it. Lost. Goodbye. Thanks for coming out. Lovely. Party gifts next time. But he is in the tournament. That is lovely, isn't it? It's beautiful. Last but not least. The Professor Poindexter from Team Froggy Mothlegs. Now explain to me one thing. Explain to me one thing. How in the blue hell does all 3 members, well there's actually 4 members, but how do 3 members of the Wolfpack, the Wolfman, the Professor, Big Money, it is not funny. How do they all make it into the tournament that they for a championship they screwed Archer out of? And hell, let's add Tables in there. I'm sure he's from the team, the Blind Locksmith, who is, he is all over the place. I think he is sleeping with the enemy in every promotion, so we don't know what he is up to. You never do know. We need private investigators on that team, I'll tell you. The antics and the behaviors and the mannerisms coming into that camp are insane. But Tables, also in the tournament, also had something to do with screwing Archer out of the Canadian Heavyweight Championship. So, all that said, where the hell is Archer? Archer was the very last Canadian Heavyweight Champion. Was screwed out of the title. Is he offered a shot at the title? No. That's because it was exploded. Right? The streamer teams all got together in one big union meeting and decided they wanted to see that title vacated. How lovely is that? That is a beautiful thing, isn't it? Wonderful. Wonderful if you're not Elijah Archer. Anyways, does he get an invite to the tournament? No, he does not. No, let's invite Chris Jericho, part of the AEW Exiles because of problems. Right? Let's have Sheamus. Sheamus, the guy that just made his return, didn't even win a match yet. Did he lose a match? No. He did not win the Fatal 4-Way, though, did he? No, he did not. Why is he in the match? Why the hell? Right? Right? See, at least Boss has got to side with me on that one. What the hell is Sheamus doing in there? Scott Hall. Well, we can't say much about Scott Hall. The Outsiders have been kind of whooping some ass, so if he wants to jump in for some singles competition, we're not going to say no, right? But still, Scott Hall got an invite to the tournament over Elijah Archer. It's beautiful. Steve Austin, this is crazy. Absolute crazy. I want to know exactly how it is that all of these people make it into a tournament for a championship Archer was screwed out of, and he does not even get an invite to fight for the right to once again hold that title. Where is he? Where is Elijah Archer? Not present. Blind Locksmith, Froggy Mothlegs, I would love an explanation. I know I'm not going to get it. You bunch of swines. You bunch of filthy fiends. Oppressing Archer is not going to work. It is not going to work. And of course, if everybody remembers the other night, the team of the Blind Locksmith was heavily involved, by the way, in getting Archer pushed all the way back from main event status. Did he go a step back? No. Did he go 2 or 3? No, he went all the way from main event right through mid-card, right to the beginning of the event card. Starting the match tonight, setting the tone, something that the newcomers that are excited to have just inked contracts and showcased their talents to the masses worldwide are supposed to do. But no, Team The Blind Locksmith actually took one of those up-and-coming superstars, bumped them up the card, and slid Archer all the way back down the card. So you see the problem here? You see the everybody is running a coup. Archer and let's not forget that the coalition as a whole also got screwed in this ordeal, and we will discuss that later. Because there is still another set of championships that are vacated. And those we won't talk about this now. We have lots of time to talk about it later. We do have a tournament to get underway. Whether or not Archer was not invited and was screwed out of this title that is going to get awarded to some unsung hero from this tournament, neither here nor there. But the WCW World Tag Team Championships, can somebody refresh my memory on who the last holders of those titles were? Anybody? Feel free to speak up and let us know what your thoughts are on that. Blind Locksmith, Froggy Mothlegs, Life is Great. Do you remember who the last holders of the WCW World Tag Team Championships were? Was it Power and Glory? No, it wasn't Power and Glory. It was not. Was it The Disciples. No, wasn't the Disciples, was it? The Outsiders. Perhaps it was the Mega Powers, Hogan and Macho Man Randy Savage. Was it them? No, I don't think it was. I'm trying to remember. Who was it, Boss, again, that held those titles last? Just recently, wasn't it? I mean, it was not Los Lotharios. It was the Coalition. The Coalition won those championships fair and square, and once again, powers that be did nothing to thwart a running coup from the Wolfpack and Team the Blind Locksmith and whoever else was involved in that act of pure, spiteful ghastliness. But again, we'll discuss that later. We have this despicable ghastliness to worry about first, because we now have to award Archer's championship to somebody else tonight. Whether that's going to be Severn, Sheamus, Tables, Scott Hall, Steve Austin, Marcus Stevens, Jericho, or Marty McFly. At the end of the day, they may not. I mean, do you really consider them the real champion? Did they beat Archer for that title? No, they did not. No, they did not, because the championship was stolen from Archer. Therefore, he could not defend it. So, no matter who wins this title, in my opinion, I mean, the masses may just view them as a paper champion. And how does that make you feel? How does that make you feel, Poindexter? I'd like to talk to Poindexter. No, actually, I would not want to speak to Poindexter directly. Nobody ever knows what the hell he's talking about. He's as bad as watching an old promo from the Ultimate Warrior. You hear words coming out of his mouth, but you cannot make out exactly what the hell it is they're talking about. But anyways, that said, we are going to get this tournament on the go. We still have a few more matches to discuss on this epically poorly done list of greatest matches of all time. Where did we leave off, boss? It was Undertaker versus Kane's Inferno match, which, again, boss and I have decided not one of the greatest matches of all time. That was a big fat no.
Oh, no.
It is a big fat no. Do you have the list in front of you there, boss?
Yeah, I do.
All right. I just have to make a quick trip to the bathroom before we get this tournament on the go. So if you want to run down, you don't have to. I mean, you don't have to detail it all. You can if you want, but it's a pretty bad list. I don't know if you actually want to take the time and effort to actually read what they have to say regarding those matches.
It's a pretty bad list.
It is a pretty bad list. But I will be right back. If you want to run down the list, when I get back, I'll open up the betting line, and we'll get the first match of the quarterfinals of this ghastly, disgusting tournament that should not even be in existence, because that championship belongs to Elijah Archer. Nobody seems to care, though. But we will get this tournament underway in just a few moments. I'll be right back, boss. I'll leave the list in your hands at the moment.
All right, thank you. All right, y'all. Number 6 is Team WCW versus NWO Hollywood and NWO Wolfpack. Now that right there was a pretty good fight, if y'all remember it. If y'all remember the War Games during those days, it was pretty good, you know. But I wouldn't put it as one of the greatest matches in wrestling history, but not my list. Number 5 is Jake the Snake Roberts versus Macho Man Randy Savage. I don't know. I don't really remember much about this fight, but I watched the highlights, and you know, it's a pretty good fight. Will I put it as the greatest of all time? I won't put it in my top 10, but I'll put it in the top 20. So yeah. Number 4. Now, this match right here, number 4, we got Razor Ramon, the bad guy, versus Shawn Michaels in the first ladder match. Now, if y'all remember this fight was, this wrestling match right here was a good wrestling match. Now, I will put this in the greatest wrestling matches of all time. It was a pretty good. Anybody remember that wrestling match right here? A pretty good wrestling match. Alright, y'all. Number 3 is the Hardy Boys versus the Dudleys versus Edge and Chris in Wrestlemania 7. Now, this is I will put this in one of the greatest matches of all time. Well, I put it in the top. I won't put it in my top 10. Again, I'll put it in my top 20. If y'all remember this match was pretty good. Cause they all 3 of them did a good job, and they all went to war. It's a pretty good match. So, the Hardy Boys and the Dudleys and Edge and Christian, they will go down in history as one of the greatest tag teams in wrestling history.
I have returned. Oh, hey, we got Uzi Stalker back. Good lord, like I know it is prom time. Yeah, most proms are already over. You're still looking for a date? That is epically desperate. I mean, are you setting yourself up for next year? Did you fail a grade this year? That is just... We are sorry for your lack there of intelligence, but this is not the place to come in and look for an education. As a matter of fact, we're just going to pirouette you back in onto the street where you came from, just like this.
Well, we left off at you missed the number 4 greatest match was Razor Ramon versus Shawn Michaels in the first ladder match. That's the 4th greatest match.
Bye-bye. Thanks for coming out. Lovely parting gifts. Next time we'll make sure we tell Woozy you stopped by and offered some flowers and chocolates. Thank you. All right. So where were we? Where did you get?
All right, you like this one. The number 4 was Razor Ramon versus Shawn Michaels in the first ever ladder match.
Oh, hey, they've actually got a match on there that makes sense.
Yeah, I said.
Look at that. Wisebot's late on the follow.
And number 3 was Hardy Boys versus the Dudleys versus Edge and Christian in Wrestlemania 7.
Hardy Boys versus the Dudley Boys versus Edge and Chris. Well, again, that's a matchup I would definitely probably put on a top 10 list. Mm-hmm. So at least there's been a couple. Because the rest of them, not so much.
Yeah. But, the Hardys and the Dudleys, as they go down as one of the greatest tag teams in history.
Life is Great says, I was going to ask, how can they follow if they're banned? Yeah, that's just Wisebot. It's like Stream Elements. Quite often the lag, it takes a while for the system to catch up to the fact that anything's going on sometimes. Whether it's going live or a follow.
Number 2 was The Rock versus Stone Cold at WrestleMania 7.
I don't know if I would consider that one of the best matches of all time, but that was at least a good match. Like,
yeah, it was good.
Again,
the storyline was pretty good too.
Well, yeah, in comparison to the other matches that they have on the list of supposed great matches, it's definitely better than those as well, right? So.
Yeah, it was. And number 1 was Hulk Hogan versus Andre the Giant at WrestleMania 3.
Again, a pivotal match, a great match in its own right as far as the history of pro wrestling, and it skyrocketed WrestleMania and launched so many, careers after that, because Hulkamania really ran wild after that, and so I mean, but as far as being one of the greatest matches of all time, still not so much.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I mean, you can't compare Andre versus Hogan to say Macho Man versus Ricky the Dragon Steamboat.
Yeah, that was on the list too.
That was on the list?
Yeah, it was number 5.
Nice. Well, okay. So there was what, 4 good matches on there? 3 of them you could consider maybe on a greatest matches of all time list. But was there 2 more? 1 more?
No, it was. All right, that was number. You already number 6. Oh, number 6 was Team WCW versus NWO Hollywood versus NWO Wolfpack at the War Games.
Oh, and again, it was an entertaining match, but I wouldn't consider that one of the greatest matches of all time. So that list was not very good at all, and if Glenola happened to be on the broadcast, man, would he have ever torn that list up?
He sure was.
Yeah, he would not have liked that list at all. All right, well, let's get the first match in this ghastly TWA Canadian Heavyweight Championship Gold Rush Tournament underway. Quarterfinals are about to begin. The Wolfman, Alan Severn from Team Glenola, taking on Sheamus in the first match of the quarterfinals. Who moves on to the semifinals? Is it going to be Alan Severn or Sheamus? You're going to have 5 minutes to make your bets, but it is showtime and go time. Let's get this first matchup of the quarterfinals underway. Let's go. All right, what do you think, boss? The Wolfman or Sheamus? Who you calling for this matchup?
I'm going with the Wolfman.
And Glenola invading the compound with 6 villains and hosting the most must-see show on Twitch TV. Appreciate that, Glenola. And, man, are you just coming in a little bit late for one of the most ghastly lists we've ever run down, Glenola. It was awful. You also missed Woozy Stalker. Woozy Stalker came in, you know, looking for that. He's trying to set himself up for next year's prom. He missed this year. You know, Woozy ducked and weaved, and he avoided the Stalker, but the Stalker has returned and vowed. I mean, he was offering chocolates and flowers. It was kind of cute, but it was a little obnoxious, so we just sent him on his way. He wasn't a good enough troll. He was too boring. Boss was like, what is this? What is this? Is this how kindergartens troll one another? And the great Glenola joining the broadcast. Welcome to episode number 335, sir.
Howdy. How's it going, boss?
Yeah, how you doing?
Oh, not bad.
Yeah, it was a terrible list tonight, Glenola. Absolutely ghastly. There was like 4 matches out of 10 that were good. 3 of them, which we would have had on a great match list. The rest of them were just...
Oh, wow.
I mean, like, Kane and Undertaker Inferno match. Was it entertaining? Absolutely. Was it great story, compelling TV? Absolutely. Was it one of the greatest matches of all time? No.
Is a championship first round match, making his way to the ring.
And by the way, Team Glenola, seeing how you're here now, can one explain why it is that there are 3 Wolfpack members involved in this tournament? A tournament in which is being held to award a championship that you guys all, by the way, you guys all screwed Archer out of it. Not only did you screw him out of it and are involved in this matchup for that championship, Archer does not even get an invite, not even a consideration to compete for the tournament that was stolen.
I don't know, but all I can guess is management knows who the talent really is.
And by the way, what also is not okay is the fact that Tables has inserted himself into this match. The Team the Blind Locksmith now weighs deep in all of this BS. This is not the platform for the Wolfpack and Tables to be showcasing their rivalry. This is supposed to be a Canadian Heavyweight Championship Gold Rush tournament. The focus is supposed to be the title, not your rivalry with Team the Blind Locksmith, which, by the way, has been sensational, I will say that. But
hello, life is great. Froggy Mothlegs, Blind Locksmith. But yeah, I don't know, you know. Though I'm hearing rumors that TBS and Tables are kind of going their separate ways.
Well, I'm glad that happens to affect the career and, you know, future championship matches for Elijah Archer. That is beautiful. That is wonderful.
Well, that I don't know much about. You know, but the rumor I'm hearing is...
Boss, are you hearing what I'm hearing?
It's funny that either you get screwed by the referees, or you get screwed by the wrestlers.
Right? Right? Crazy. The Blind Locksmith says it can be 3 things. Great, I can't wait to see this. Alright, here we go. The Wolfman versus Sheamus, the Celtic Warrior. Let's go.
And no one wants to get knocked out this early in the tournament. So while this isn't the final,
Life is great. Archer, I'll ask again, do you need some lemon for that salt? I would prefer a little vodka with that lemon, to be fair. A little vodka would be great. But yeah, we figure you would have tore that list up much worse than we did, Glenola. It was that bad, I mean.
Wow.
It was that bad.
Yeah. Well, I caught you right as I was rating in, you know, saying something about the Andre the Giant Hogan match. And,
well, because it was on there, but and again, was it a pivotal moment? Yes. Was it a great moment in wrestling history? Absolutely. Was it one of the greatest matches of all time? Andre versus Hogan?
Arguable.
Very. I mean, you've got matches like Jake the Snake and Macho Man, Ricky the Dragon and Macho Man, Ric Flair and so many. And yeah, I was gonna say, and so many people. I wasn't even gonna narrow that down to just one. You know, Shawn Michaels and Razor Ramon, ladder match, first in history. It was innovative, it was tremendous storytelling, and it was an epic match. I mean, you know, that's one of the things that makes it that much more sad about what happened with the life and career of Scott Hall, is because you watch the body of work that man had in previous to WWF, in WWE, that up to that ladder match even. It was so good. And it's unfortunate that WCW didn't do enough to ground Scott Hall a little bit, and things very quickly spiraled out of control. And much like Jake the Snake Roberts, demons got the back. Because again, Jake the Snake Roberts, if he had been able to control his demons, you know, imagine what we could have seen from Jake the Snake in World Championship storytelling matches. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, look at what even with his demons, what we got.
Exactly. Right? Crazy. I know, the Wolfman he's got a bad habit of just dumping people over that top rope. Injuries to backs and shoulders all over the place. And usually a result of severed.
I'm just as shocked as everyone else, Cole. His opponent included. Oh, man, a little extra luster behind that kick.
Do y'all remember that one wrestling company called Women of Wrestling? You remember that company?
Wow, yeah.
The gorgeous.
They put on some actually really good wrestling matches.
I thought maybe you were talking about Glow. The gorgeous ladies.
Oh no, it was Women of Wrestling.
Okay. I love Glow. I didn't see Women of Wrestling.
I agree. Glow was also good.
It was.
Yeah. Also, another good promotion was it Shimmer? I think it was called. Look at this, Severn with the eye sockets, and he's stretching the mouth of Sheamus. The referee watching, not doing a damn thing. But look at that, Sheamus managed to sneak out the back door there. That is just ghastly. The lack of control of the match by the referee is very concerning. Not that I'm saying Sheamus can't hold his own, but let's face it, Alan Severn, not the man in there that you want cheating. Oh!
My client,
karma.
Razor, Gotta find him a partner.
A partner for Demon Razor.
To go against the Green Reaper and his sister. The Angel Terror. Over her name. Yeah. Three Faces of Fear.
Oh, Angel Terror. Oh, so Demon Razor looking to enter the Mixed Match Challenge division is what you're saying.
Yep.
Interesting.
He wanted to go with his sister, but she already in the tag team already. So.
Well, the Mixed Match Challenge division is really starting to deepen. There is some great teams that are all fighting for those Mixed Match Challenge World Tag Team titles. Because don't forget, it is an inter-brand championship, so anybody across the 3 brands can win those titles. So it is getting deeper. The talent pool is awesome. So Demon Razor, if Demon Razor can find himself a partner, I mean, maybe talk to Team Glenola about that. I mean, the Wolfman and Team Glenola seem to be exceptionally good, if you will, at putting together teams and factions.
Yeah,
but
I wonder, they want to go.
Oh, Sheamus got the shoulder up.
I have heard now. Wolfman has not confirmed this yet. That he is in talks with a potential mixed match partner.
The Wolfman is.
Yes.
What? Now, what woman in their right mind would? I mean, that is insane. That next you're going to tell me Carino Farmer's entering the division. Good Lord.
Well, yeah.
And for everybody's sake, I hope that doesn't happen, by the way. Right? We've got a hard enough time controlling Farmer now. Imagine putting him into a second division.
Do you expect anything less?
A second, making him more active. That's like double the babysitting. No, thank you. And I'm not doing that babysitting, so it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. But somebody has to, and we have to make sure that their, safety and whether that be physical or mental comes first concerning Farmer.
Now, like I said, the Wolfman hasn't confirmed this.
Oh, Wolfman just got a little payback. You see that, Glenola? Sheamus. Sheamus, I think, I always said that the Wolfman reminded me a lot of Sheamus in many ways.
Yeah.
The WWE
But,
is showing their appreciation
like I said,
for the action they're seeing. It has been an absolute
rumor has it, though, that, like I said, I don't know a lot about who he's talking with, but I hear she's got legs and knows how to use them.
Ooh. Now, here's a question for you, because I may have a clue. I'm not going to give that clue away, because I'm sure Team Glenola has always been about the element of surprise. I mean, look at the Alan Severn Open Invitational Tournament. That was an absolute fire. Still the best tournament in Archiver's history, by the way. And by the way, before we get too far in, I do want to tell everybody last night's WCW Bash at the Beach, the #1 stream per view in Archiver's history. So I thank all of you for that. Everybody that showed up and had a good time and watched all those fantastic matches. The months, actually it was 6 weeks of storytelling, rivalries, fiery feuds, and a lot of good times. Thank all of you for making last night feel that much more special. And it was a real good show, real good time. And myself personally, I had a blast last night. Wow, Sheamus just knocked the Wolfman out of the tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the match, and moving on to the semi-finals of this tournament, the Celtic Warrior, Sheamus.
Congratulations to Sheamus on that.
Wow, I didn't see that one coming.
Me either.
Anybody else see that one coming? I did not see Sheamus winning that matchup tonight.
Either.
Yeah, well, Wolfman can't win everything.
Well, and the Wolfman, to be fair, and I'm not saying this has anything to do with anything, and I don't want him coming to my goddamn door later and say, what are you talking about? He's got a lot on his plate at the moment. That's just a fair statement, I think. Look at the damage he did to the left eye and forehead of Sheamus. Sheamus won the match, but did he really win the battle, guys? I say no. I think that Sheamus got his ass whipped and then got lucky in that one. But, yeah, I think he got lucky there. Wolfman beat his ass.
Yeah. Froggy, you and Poindexter had an amazing idea with that iron to gold. That was awesome.
Oh, that was an amazing match. What a way to cap off the show last. I mean, we had the dark match main event. That was the go-home happy match. But the main event, Tables versus the Wolfman, 20 minutes of iron to gold was absolutely stellar. It ended up 12-7, guys. We had 19 falls. Wow! 19 falls in 20 minutes between two of the best ever.
Who won that match anyway?
Sorry?
I said who won that match?
Oh, Tables won.
Oh, okay.
Alright, so who moves on to the semifinals of the next matchup, guys?
I was wrong the first time.
Sheamus, the Celtic Warrior, has already moved on to the semifinals. That is superstar number 1. Moving on for the right to fight for the TWA Canadian Heavyweight Championship belt that should not be being awarded to anybody, by the way. I just want to remind everybody that this whole tournament is bollocks. But anyways, next match of the night, and another reason why it is bollocks, look at this. The Hardcore Icon Tables, right? The man that Archer beat for this title, it didn't even get an invite to the tournament, just happens to be in, the matchup for the Canadian Heavyweight Championship. How fair is that? The man that lost gets the title shot, and Archer, who won and had it stolen, gets nothing, not even a phone call, a text message, or an email. Not even a mention. A footnote. It is ghastly. But anyways, I'm going to get the betting lines open for the next matchup. It is the Hardcore Icon Tables from Team The Blind Locksmith versus Scott Hall from The Outsiders. So who moves on to the semifinals? Is it going to be Scott Hall? Or Tables? And there we go. The betting lines are open. 5 minutes to make your bets. And it is showtime and go time. Matchup number 2 in the quarterfinals. Let's go. And our fan base on the PlayStation Network is increasing. I'm really attempting to push the fact that they join us on Twitch and enjoy the show with everybody here in the community. Quite a few people keep asking me to have parties and discuss e-fetting and professional wrestling and other such things. So I'm encouraging that they come to Twitch, because you can, unfortunately, sit there on the PlayStation Network and watch my live feed on the PlayStation as it plays through. But which I don't like, by the way. I don't like that. But the encouragement needs to be projected. So I'm encouraging that they join us on Twitch, enjoy the community, enjoy the chat room, have a good time watching the show with the rest of us. But that said, I'm blessed and honored that more people are viewing the show. We're getting more follows on PlayStation. We're getting more follows on Instagram. We're getting more follows on Twitter. The only thing that hasn't grown really all that much is the Facebook page, but that's okay. How dare Sheamus interrupt that rivalry? Life is great, says. Well, I don't know. He may have won the match, though. Life is great, but his face is busted up. Damage retention is a real thing, and he still has to move on and fight in the semifinals. So he may have interrupted the rivalry, but did he really?
So when Tables win this match, there'll be a good fight with him and Sheamus.
Now, the only thing that would have been cool is if Tables wins this matchup, it would have been Severn that he faced. Instead, he is going to face Sheamus.
That'll be a good one.
Now that's, of course, if he gets by Scott Hall, right?
Yes.
Life's great. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I just did a 12-hour stream, and my breathing's a little off. My sinuses are acting up. So, overall, I'm still good, though. I'm firing Frog's hair.
Finer than Frog's hair. We saw some Frog's hair slip between the referee's hand and the canvas last night on several occasions during that 20 minutes of iron to gold match, I'll tell you.
Wow.
Well,
yeah.
My client found out some good news.
In addition to the 19 falls, there was also a lot of near falls. That was a very high-octane matchup.
Oh, I had no doubt that, you know...
Team The Blind Locksmith has no confidence in their client, Glenn. You see that? Maybe it's a good time that the Wolfman maybe should re-challenge Team The Blind Locksmith. They're losing confidence for some reason. Even though they just won, retained their title, sitting on top of the world, they're involved in a matchup they shouldn't be in because they screwed Archer. Well, I don't know why there's a lack of confidence there. The esteem I can understand being a little low because they know they screwed somebody and are continuing to screw that person. But, you know, confidence in their abilities you wouldn't think would be a problem, would you? Maybe the Wolfman needs to address that.
Well, yeah, we'll see what happens. Yeah.
Froggy Mothleg says his stable's 100% after last night. Oh, hell, there's not likely chance in hell he's 100% after last night. He fought the Wolfman Alan Severn. Nobody is okay after fighting Alan Severn. At least not for a good week or two. And it's not even just physical. You got to get that mental stability back. He is a monster amongst men in his own right, Alan Severn is.
Well, that's true. Locksmith, he does cover pretty quick, but...
Likely not, but he does heal faster than normal human beings. Yes, he probably does. I mean, we've pretty much seen evidence of that already concerning some of those grueling matchups in the battles with the Wolfpack. Oh, shiznit. I mean, Scott Hall forced to do a little acrobatics there. That was a vicious clothesline by Tables there. Did you see that? Oh, hey, look at this. Yo, crossface locked in. Scott Hall still too strong and fresh for that one, though. Battled out and managed to break himself free of that, Glenola. By the way, are you guys Scott Hall fans? Like, I know he passed away and all that stuff, but I mean, if you weren't ever a Scott Hall fan, that is fine. It's not like you're disrespecting him. That was a legit question.
Do you have to ask Archer if I'm a Scott Hall fan?
Well, I mean, I figured you were. What about you, boss? Oh, Tables dumped right on his spine. That was a long drop to the floor, boy.
Yeah. I was, because, you know, his character was, he made his character funny, you know.
Yeah, so I actually preferred the Razor Ramon gimmick to everything else, but yeah. And you could tell he was a healthier wrestler then too. But
because he made his character so believable.
Yeah.
He gets back into the ring.
And I mean, let's face it, he was a big guy that could really move in that ring. Because like, what was Scott Hall? 6'7"? 6'7", and he was probably roughly 250, 260. Maybe in his heyday, he was probably closer to 300, actually. Like I said, before he actually came into the WWF at the time, he was a thick man. He was a very thick man, and he was always in really good shape. And he actually trimmed down for the Razor Ramon character a little bit. So, but he was still a very big dude, and could wrestle well, could move very. He was athletic, he was agile. And again, at that time, you could still tell at least he was, you know, his demons hadn't got to him at that point yet. So,
but, so there was even one that he was going by Scott Hall. He did not use the razor's edge, outsider's edge, whichever. His finisher was a choke slam.
it was, yep.
So it gives you an idea of how time frame was. I'm sure it was Global Wrestling Alliance or something like that.
Global Force Wrestling, I think, or something like that. Yeah, but I always forget the name of it myself. But you're right, because at the time, Scott Hall was still one of the giants in the business, because we hadn't met the Paul Whites and some of the others that came along later. But at 6'7", you're a very large man in that time period. So the choke slam made perfect sense. It was a big dude choke slam. So later on, it became more of a norm to see somebody like Big Show do it, because he was 7'4" or 7'2" as opposed to 6'7", and plus a lot of 6'6", 6'5", 6'7" guys ended up coming out of the woodworks from the NFL and everywhere else. So for a while, there was no shortage of gargantuans, right? But yeah, I was always a Scott Hall fan. And I'm glad that his life got turned around before he passed away. Super happy about that, and I would be guaranteeing you that his family is happy about that too. 4, 9, and an 8. Speaking of chokeslam, that wasn't a single-handed chokeslam, but that was a big double-handed chokeslam. Look at this razor's edge or outsider's edge coming up. And Tables gets planted right on the back of his neck. Wow, he kicked out. Tables is still in it to win it, guys. I mean, as ghastly as it is that he's in this tournament to begin with, he's doing very well considering he just came out of one of the most grueling matches of his career last night at WCW Bash at the Beach. And by the way, guys, if you have not yet seen last night's big stream preview of 2022, the first of the Archiverse 3.0, WCW Bash at the Beach, was off the fucking hook. I'm watching too many Irish wrestlers tonight. It was off the fucking hook. Absolute fire. You're going to want to go ahead and watch Bash at the Beach when you get some free time. Opa Boy in the house. Welcome to episode number 335. Opa Boy. Opa!
There is no way this can go on for much longer. Yeah, but guys, Hall still has some machismo.
But anyways, like I was saying, as ghastly as it is, the Tables is even in this tournament. I mean, I have no problem. Well, I do have a problem that there's a tournament, because there should be no tournament. But the tournament itself, okay, fine. We're going to screw Archer. We're going to have a tournament. We're going to award the championship to somebody. So you go ahead and you put the Wolfpack and Tables, the people that were all somehow correlated in screwing Archer to begin with, in the tournament. And again, I'm not saying that Sheamus and Stone Cold, they don't belong in the matchup, but Archer doesn't even get a consideration or an invite. Nada. Zero, zilch, didn't happen. And again, we saw what happened the other night. All of this craziness. I mean, Archer opening up the match he opened up the event card. He was the first match of the night, and they stuck him in there against Omos. And you know why they stuck him in there against Omos? Because they wanted him to fail. They wanted to see Archer get squashed into the canvas, much like Yokozuna did to him. We all remember that. That was ghastly. Nobody wanted to see that, but that did happen. That big ass of Yokozuna came crashing down off the second rope right onto the lungs of Elijah Archer. Pretty sure those lungs shot right through the ring. Bounced off the floor and ended up somewhere else. We couldn't find them. Out cold was Archer, and Yokozuna picked up a big win. But Andre the Giant also had a little bit of a field day with Archer. We don't need to talk about that, though. Yeah, his record with big men wasn't so great. But Omos, not Andre the Giant. Omos, not Yokozuna. And Archer opened a can of whoop ass on the big man's ass and stuck it in the face of Team the Blind Locksmith and whoever else was in on trying to run that coup, by the way. But how ghastly is it that Archer, who should be main eventing, is opening up an event card, taking a spot from a rising star? That is not okay. And then we got the Wolfpack and Tables hogging the glory. You know, somehow they get inserted into this tournament themselves. Interesting, isn't it? What do you think, boss?
I don't know how they got in the match.
I don't know either.
Especially all three of them.
All three, and then for Tables, and you know, Tables selfishly inserted himself in this match simply because he saw the Wolfpack in. That is the only reason why.
I wonder did Tables take somebody out to get in the match.
Oh shit! Big flying form off the top turnbuckle by the Hardcore Icon. He just flattened Scott Hall. Nice takedown. Man, some ground and pound. I got to tell you, though, regardless of what's being transpired, Tables is a very, very impressive athlete, isn't he? Wow, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the match. And moving on to the semi-finals of this TWA Canadian Heavyweight Championship Gold Rush Tournament from Team of the Blind Locksmith, the Hardcore Icon Tables. Well, that was quite the matchup. I actually thought for a little while there that Scott Hall was going to win that match.
The Hardcore Icon. That win took everything they had, and then some.
Glenola, who did you call for that match?
Well, I put 5,000 on Tables.
Did you? So you're pretty happy right about now, then. What about you, boss?
I put it on Tables too.
No love for Scott Hall from the broadcast booth tonight. I mean, I was betting on Tables too, so all three of us were voting for Tables on that one. The Blind Locksmith says that puts them at 1-1. Yes, it does. All right. So the Hardcore Icon Tables now moving on to the semifinals to face the Celtic Warrior Sheamus. Time for the second half of the quarterfinals. First match of the evening for the second half of the quarterfinals. Stone Cold Steve Austin versus Big Money Marcus Stevens representing the Wolfpack. Again, how convenient is that? Right? I mean, Severin's been eliminated, to be fair, so he is one of two left. Again, Poindexter also in this matchup. The Wolfpack. The entire Wolfpack is in this tournament. You heard that correctly. You know, the Canadian Heavyweight Championship, as you can see, you're not seeing things. That is the title that was stolen from Elijah Archer, being put up for grabs in a tournament, and somehow the entire Wolfpack ends up in the tournament. And, of course, Tables, he just can't help himself. He saw Severn, he saw Poindexter, he saw Marcus Stevens, and just had to be in there. But again, all these people stealing the spotlight, really. I mean, Archer not even a consideration. He was not even beaten for that title. It is ghastly. It is a coup. But, needless to say, next match of the night for the TWA Canadian Heavyweight is not funny, Froggy Moth Legs. Not funny. Ghastly, I said. I did not say humorous. I did not say giggly. I said ghastly, not giggly. Somebody ban could somebody please ban Froggy Moth Legs? Thank you. So, next match of the night, Stone Cold Steve Austin, Big Money Marcus Stevens representing the Wolfpack, TWA Canadian Heavyweight Championship Gold Rush Tournament. Who's going on to the semifinals?
I went with Stone Cold.
You're going with Stone Cold?
Yeah.
All right, well, I will get the betting lines open while you guys decide who you think is moving on to the semifinals. What are you, Glenola? I mean, I would be surprised. I was going to say I would be very surprised. Although, to be fair, Team Glenola and the Wolfman even, it's been proven, they are not biased to their own team. If they think their team member is not going to win, they will tell you. It is weird, but exclamation AEW. I thought we banned him. Now he's just stirring the pot. You know what? Hey, Glola, will you do me a favor and AKO Froggy Moth Legs, please?
I just tried using AKO and it did nothing.
Are you not a mod?
I'm a mod.
You must have done it to another mod then.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah. If you're a mod, it doesn't affect you any. Do it to Opa Boy. He thinks things are funny. Stirring the pot as a newcomer. AKO Opa Boy.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna call it a night. I got a long day in the morning.
You're off for the night, boss?
Yeah, be prepared. I got a long day in the morning, so.
All right, well, thanks for being on the broadcast. We appreciate you, and we'll talk to you tomorrow night. By the way, special start time tomorrow night, 11:30, not 10:30, but 11:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I have to work a little bit later than normal, so we are still going to be going on with the show, but it's going to be just a little bit later. The TWA Wrestle Kingdom show will be tomorrow night.
Well, good, so I'm off Wednesday morning, so I'll be there.
Fantastic, sounds good. We'll see you then, and of course, we of course told you could be on the broadcast for tomorrow night as well, so we'll see you on the broadcast specifically.
Have a great night.
I think thanks for you all. Appreciate it. Y'all have a good night.
Have a great night.
I just tried to AKO a name that was not a mod's name, and do they absolutely have to be in the chat?
No, shouldn't.
Because I did AKO Archie.
Oh, it probably has to be. It probably has to be somebody real, I would assume. I mean, I can.
Hold on, I'm gonna. Sorry, Froggy. This is a. This is for testing purposes. I don't know what's gonna happen.
I can't watch this entrance. I heard this one backstage talking up their own work non-stop. Well, why don't they get in the ring and prove it, huh?
There you go. It worked for you.
Doing right now, Corey. Well, good. Let's see what they've got then.
Oh. Wow.
Froggy Moth Legs and Opa Boy both got AKO'd.
And of all the possible matchups in this tournament, I'd say
I thought you might want to have some fun with that one. Oh, look at that. Marcus Stevens launches Stone Cold over the top rope already. Holy crap. He's trying to impress, you see. He's got to make up for the failure of Alan Severn, you see. Although, did he really fail? I mean, at the end of the day, he really beat the shit out of Sheamus, and I don't know how well Sheamus is going to be able to live up to his expectations in the semifinals after that beating. His face was bleeding from the left eye and forehead.
And really, you think about it, how often does the Wolfman actually hold on to a title? Even if he goes for one.
Well, I mean, he's not as bad as Chase Coleman. Although at this point, can we really even... I mean, look at Archer. Not only is Archer capable of losing his own championship, these days, people just keep stealing his titles, period.
We know these superstars have everything at their disposal, considering...
I saw no thefts.
Well, I'm almost certain... I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm almost certain he did not voluntarily decide to just give up the championship he had been fighting for weeks for, and then decide to demote himself down the card to the first match of the night. And you guys can all no. I know what you're gonna say next, and you're not gonna run that on me. You're not gonna run that on me at all. You're gonna try and tell me that you have nothing to do with it, and you have no idea who in Archiverse Management is booking the matches. Yada 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 yada. It's just pure coincidence that during the entire situation, that the team, the Blind Locksmith, happened to be around lingering, and then you had Team Glanola, Team Froggy Mothleg. I mean, all of these villainous stream teams lingering around, but yet somehow, just pure coincidence, in in the sense that Archer gets screwed out of everything.
But, you know, it's like, did Archer really even win the title the other night? Because
we all saw it.
They didn't. He never once touched that title.
We all saw it. We saw him win the tournament.
But there was no title changing hands. Was there?
But it still went on the record as Archer winning the Canadian Heavyweight Championship.
That just shows him winning the match. It did not.
It's in the historical stats.
I was going for the tag match, the tag champs, their titles.
Yes, let's talk about that again, shall we? The WCW World Tag Team Championships. There was a team that just won those titles. Who was that again? Right? Again, the Coalition finally get a crack at the tag team. Now, it was WCW titles, so there's that. They would have preferred TWA or the Archerverse World Tag Team titles, but the WCW tag titles, whatever, championship gold. Gold is good to hold. So they enter a matchup. Fatal. Tornado. Eliminator. 3 other tag teams, the greatest tag teams on the planet. Coalition comes in on top, become WCW World Tag Team Champions, and then the championships are taken away by the powers that be. By the powers that be. And for some unknown reason, and again, in addition to it being an unknown reason that these things keep happening, being, the thunder and lightning being cast down from the heavens, we no idea what's going on, but it just happens to be coincidental that, again, Team The Blind Locksmith, Team Glenola, Team Froggy Mothlegs, Team Tiliana Pierce, they are all just around the entire situation while everything is transpiring, yet you guys all want everybody to believe that nobody had anything to do with it. Nobody has any correlation to anybody in the Archerverse management office. None of that. It's just they're just all of a sudden upset with Archer, who helped build the company. Actually, sorry, he founded and built the company. Now they're just flat out screwing him and demoting him at will for fun. I mean, I just find that hard to believe. I'm curious to know what is really going on here.
It's strange. I'll admit it's strange.
Strange? Strange, you say? Strange! Strange, the man said.
The Coalition have been pissing off a lot of people, though, lately, so...
Oh, no. Whoa! Stone Cold Steve Austin just eliminated Big Money Marcus Stevens. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the match, and moving on to the semi-finals. Stone Cold Steve Austin. Wow, that is, again, I did not see that one coming. I actually thought that Big Money... I mean, that was a good match. I mean, Big Money was holding his own very well. Good Lord. The Rattlesnake moving on to the semifinals.
Have a great night, Cone. Thanks for stopping in for a moment.
Late Glenola raid. Love you, DC. Thank you. Appreciate you. Man, oh man, I really didn't see that coming. Like I said, Big Money was holding his own just fine against the Rattlesnake and had the upper hand on several occasions. I thought for sure he was going to be able to pull this one off. I thought he'd be, pulling out all the stops. I mean, again, Alan Severn was eliminated. I figured he did not want to be amongst the ranks in the Wolfpack to be eliminated from this tournament after somehow being entered into the tournament to begin with. But neither here nor there. Stone Cold Steve Austin, another superstar, aiding in eliminating the Wolfpack, apparently. We are down to one remaining member of the Wolfpack, the Professor Poindexter, and his matchup is next But that said, 2 members of the Wolfpack are gone from the tournament, but the Hardcore Icon tables remains, and I will just point that out. Very interesting. Although kind of sad, because now we won't see tables fight Severn or Stevens.
Yeah, but we can see tables versus Poindexter again.
That is a very good point. That is a very good point. All right, so I will issue the pay. Or the Froggy Mothlegs is still laughing, and it is ghastly. Somebody needs to ban Froggy Mothlegs. Or we can AKO him. That's fun, too. All right. Just issuing the payout for the last matchup here. Just give me a moment. All right, so who moves on to the semifinals? It was Stone Cold Steve Austin. And here we go, the last match in the quarterfinals. The Ayatollah of Rock and Rolla, the Wizard, the Painmaker, Le Champion, Chris Jericho, taking on Marty McFly. Out of the year 1985, here to join us, 2022, 335 live. The Canadian Heavyweight Championship is going to be on the line. Everybody's looking for the right to fight. Poindexter versus Jericho is next. And who do you guys think is moving on to the semifinals? Poindexter or the Ayatollah of Rock and Rolla? Or you. There's no guys. Boss is not here anymore. Just Glenola now.
Well, I hate to do this, you know, but I'm going to have to go with Jericho on this because Poindexter went through 2 great matches last night.
Well, see, that was the thing that shocked me to begin with. Like, if it wasn't shocking enough to see the Wolfpack in this tournament to begin with, but the fact that they are even able to compete still, I got to tell you, that is impressive. Whether they're winning or losing doesn't matter, and whether or not that I like the fact that they're in this tournament does not matter. What does matter is, above all of that, that impresses the hell out of me.
Yeah, you know, that's the thing. You know, the Wolfpack are some of the toughest around. Yeah, and they prove size isn't everything.
Well, we know this. I mean, did we all see what Little Joey Nightmare did last night? Let's talk about that for a moment, shall we? Holy shit. I mean, first of all, you know...
4 eliminations.
Right.
You know. And how many vertical suplex drops to...
Oh man, he was dishing that out to everybody. He was dishing that out to everybody.
You know, I was
personally in awe. I actually thought, no, here's what I thought. I honestly thought Little Joey Nightmare was going to win that match last night.
I did too, and you know, I'll tell you honestly, that was the opening match. But that was a main event match.
Oh, shit, yes. Oh, shit, yes. I actually highlighted that match for everybody.
You know, any promotion out there would have said that was main event.
Oh, yeah. That matchup is going to be talked about for a long time, I think. That's going to be a lot like the Severn versus Jay Simmons matchup that we still boast about because it was that... it was a shock and awe moment, especially when you watch Alan Severn, the Wolfman, get thrown off the top of a semi-truck 4 times by Jay Simmons. But
get every time.
Right? I mean, but what was crazier though? Was it crazier that that Simmons threw him off 4 times, or was it crazier that the Wolfman got back up 3 times and climbed back up to the top of that semi-truck? I mean, that was just insanity for me, anyways.
4 times, because it wasn't the throw-off that ended the match. Remember?
Oh, that's
so
right.
He had to do a little bit more to get it ended.
Well, yeah, but he had to climb back up on the truck 3 times is what I meant. Like, because he climbed up the first time and then climbed up 3 more times after that. But, I mean, how crazy was that? I mean, just that in itself shows you how crazy Severn is.
Quite a reaction. Perhaps the most highly anticipated match of the night.
You know,
I got to tell you, I don't think I can agree with you on this one. I mean, Jericho is one of the best ever. He's been impressive as hell since the invasion from the AEW Exiles. But I think Poindexter, even though he, like the rest of the Wolfpack, had such grueling matchups last night, I feel like Poindexter's going to shine through for the Wolfpack here. I think he's going to look to strive harder because he's going to want to impress for Severn and make up for the losses the Wolfpack has already taken. I just feel like Poindexter finds a way to win here.
I'm just not sure, you know. It's not an easy decision for me, you know.
This is going to be.
Oh, but it was easy enough to, you know, be involved in screwing Archer and then enter yourselves all into the tournament.
But, you know, it's just Poindexter. After those matches he went through last night, you know, I got to wonder, you know. Because Jericho did not have it nearly that bad.
Oh, you're not wrong about that. Jericho actually, he got beat up though. I wouldn't say necessarily as badly as Poindexter eventually, but
you know, I hope. Honestly, yeah, I put a little bit of money on Jericho, but I hope Froggy wins it. You know. I'm rooting for him. I'm not sure tonight, you know.
Well, I mean, all joking aside, I can understand that. Like you did say, I mean, Poindexter went through some hellacious matches last night, and I don't know. You're within 24 hours. Can you possibly be fully recovered from something like that? I just don't. I think no. So you could be right. I'm not saying you're not, and I agree with that. I just think for some reason I think Poindexter finds a way. Is it going to be pretty? Maybe not. But I think he finds a way. I mean, the Wolfpack are formidable champions and superstars. So.
Oh yeah.
Much to the dismay of Archer and the Coalition, but it is true, they are fantastic. Tiredness fading, hype increasing, Froggy says. Opa Boy says, Professor P. So far, so good for Poindexter. I mean, he seems to be handling Chris Jericho, at the moment at least, fairly well. He is, I was going to say a little bit of a turn of the tides here, but no, Poindexter back on the attack here. And he's very candidly beating down Chris Jericho right now, Glow. I mean, I got to be honest. Nothing really surprises me with Poindexter. You're talking about a $105 dude that looks like he went shopping at a thrift shop in 1985, hopped into the DeLorean, came to 2022, stepped in the ring, put on a laboratory coat that he stole from Doc Brown, and started a wrestling career, and somehow manages to step into a world full of giants, gargantuans, and killers, and become a champion and part of a history-making faction. I mean, like, seriously, you hear all that, and do you not just want to say, what? So, I'm not entirely surprised about how well Poindexter is doing at the, because I'm almost getting to the point where he's like Chase Coleman. I'm getting tired of betting against him. I might have to start, betting with him. I don't know. It's fairly disturbing on a personal level.
Sent crashing to the floor.
Well, it's a good thing I bet for Jericho anyways. Otherwise, there would not have been a payout for this.
Yeah.
Back in the ring now.
Oh, love for the Ayatollah of rock and roller. But I mean, at that point, if somehow you're correct, that could be a good payout for you, though.
Yeah.
I do say could be. I'm implying nothing.
But oh, I saw a short list yesterday, Archer.
Yeah.
That all I had to see is the first spot, and it was enough to say, yeah, your head's in your ass.
like a top 10 list?
Well, no, it was only a few. There was only a few spots on it.
Bring it up.
Lesser known. Well, I don't even know where it's at now, but it was lesser known Jericho.
See if you can find it. I mean, I want to grab a beverage anyway. See if you can find it, and we'll have a look. I mean, we've already torn apart one list tonight. You weren't here for it. I think it's only fair if you get to tear apart a list, even if it's a smaller version of one. So I will be right back. Just gonna grab a drink. Ooh, Jericho. That was a close call for Jericho. Or Poindexter, near fall for Jericho. All right, I'll be right back.
Tournament situation, Cole, you tend to... This is it! He wasted no time kicking out there. Still in it. What a gutsy performance. Rolling neck snap. Stomping the leg. He's stalking his opponent from the top turnbuckle. It was almost all over, almost a 3 count. Yeah, talk about a close call. I think there is still some shock in the air over the fact that that didn't produce a pinfall. He misses the target. Short flight, but a rough landing. I don't know how there is anything left in these superstars' bodies. Yeah, the tank is being emptied tonight. Outside for the victory here. Kick out. He eludes the contact. Producing a trip. Hammer lock. Uh-oh. Devastating kick. Able to reverse. This crowd has been building, and they are at a fever pitch right now. You can feel the anticipation growing with every second that ticks past in this match. He's going to the pin. This could be it. 1, 2. Digging deep for a kick out. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't either. Can this ref even count to 3? He has to be at his limit now. Yeah, not looking good at all. I think we know what's coming next. Shifts it back onto him. What a wrist clutch suplex. Brings down his opponent. Here it is, Cole. Looking for the
have returned. Oh, Jericho's got a submission locked in here. That is a crossface locked in on Poindexter here. Man, this has turned out to be one hell of a matchup. And we were all questioning the longevity possibilities of Poindexter here tonight. Froggy Mothling says DDT for a kick out. Oh, Jesus. Okay. More German suplexes. Did you find it?
Yeah. And
excellent.
I just read through it. Now, most of it is actually right, you know. But...
well, most isn't all, though.
There's 4 of them.
There we go.
But the first one, it's lesser known Chris Jericho gimmicks.
Chris Jericho gimmicks?
Yeah.
Or, sorry, lesser known Chris Jericho gimmicks, you said, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
From Rabbit Wrestling.
Nice.
And written by Matt Mazzani. This was December 27th, 2021. So not that old.
Nope, not at all. Still relevant.
The very first one listed, Lion Tamer Jericho.
Well, I mean, I remember that.
Well, but you think about it. You know, the gimmick itself, you know, you may not have watched it, but everybody knows he was the Lion Tamer.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, his 2 finishing moves were called the Lion Salt and the Lion
he did
Tamer.
It! Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the match and moving on to the semi-finals of this tournament from a team of Froggy Mothlegs, the Professor Poindexter.
Congratulations, Poindexter.
Wow.
I was wrong.
We were all wrong. I was on your side. I wasn't sure either. I was just siding with Poindexter because I'm, like I said, much like Chase Colvin, I'm really tired of getting screwed over in the betting against Poindexter.
Yeah. But, you know, it's one of those, I'm happy to be wrong.
Froggy Mothling says, Alpha Particle takes it. The Alpha Particle becoming quite notorious. So the Professor Poindexter moving on to the semi-finals, guys. Wow. All right, payout has been issued. The Professor Poindexter. That is crazy. And if you watched Poindexter last night at WCW Bash at the Beach, much like Glenola, you would really be questioning how he even managed to pull that off. But he did it. He did it, and he will now move on to face Stone Cold Steve Austin in the semifinals. And, of course, the Hardcore Icon Tables is just about to kick off the semifinals against the Celtic Warrior Sheamus. So let's get the betting lines open for that matchup. The first matchup of the semifinals of the TWA Canadian Heavyweight Championship Gold Rush Tournament. All right, who moves on to the tournament finals? Now remember, there's no champion, so the tournament finals is the championship final. When there's a champion, everybody fights to get to the tournament final for the right to fight to get to the championship final. There is no championship final. The championship will be awarded in the tournament final. A very rare happening. This is one of the few times since the Archerverse 1.0 that this has even happened, and it's not going to happen just once, but twice.
And Froggy Monthly's just pointed something out. He is now, Poindexter's now 2-0 versus the Circle.
That is also true, and also, let's not forget, even though it is a toy belt, he managed to take that AEW World Championship off of MJF. Let's not forget that. We got to recognize Poindexter for that.
The following contest is a Falls Count Anywhere match.
Okay, the second one is Kurt Russell from Big Trouble in Little China.
270
He just did that for a short time in WCW during a, where's it at? Dang it. During a feud with Alex Wright.
I think I remember that, actually.
Yeah, jeans, cowboy boots, and a white tank top with a Japanese graphic, just like Jack Burton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do remember that. I don't think it was a very long-lived gimmick.
No. But
what was the name he used, too? It was, does it say?
They don't say.
They don't say. I can't remember either. That is definitely a lesser-known gimmick.
Yeah,
because
like the rest of the list wasn't as bad. It was just the Lion Tamer.
Yeah, that doesn't belong.
On.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, gold mining Jericho. After he lost his first Intercontinental title to Kurt Angle at No Way Out 2000, Chris disappeared for a few weeks. When he returned on Raw, he had a long white beard and carried a pickaxe.
You know, I can't help thinking that I for some reason when I see tables come out, sometimes I expect him to run to the ring like the Ultimate Warrior. I have no idea why.
Yeah, I can almost see that.
I could see that. He's a showboat. He is a fantastic technician and in-ring magician, if you will. But yeah, I for some reason picture him running to the ring like the Warrior and going crazy. I'm actually surprised that doesn't happen.
Well, no, he waits until the bell rings and then goes crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you have Jericho.
Opa Boy said, Pale Goku. Well, you better be careful. Team the Blind Locksmith takes offense over stuff like that. Tables, not a fan either. You could get yourself in some hot water there. Oh! Tables just about took out Sheamus already. Wow. You gotta be shitting me. That was a devastating flying knee drop there. Oh, bitch slap Tables. See, there's the thing is Tables needs to find a way around the power of the Celtic Warrior in this one. It definitely helped him out in the last matchup. I mean, when he fought Alan Severn, it was the sheer raw power because, I mean, he was beat up. Sheamus was bleeding from the forehead and left eye after being in that ring with Severn.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that emote reminds me of Ricky the Dragon Steamboat.
That does, doesn't it?
It does.
Figure out who that reminded me of. Oh, dang it.
Oh, Sheamus is lighting Tables up here. Look at this. Whoa! A running crucifix powerbomb by the Celtic Warrior.
And still in this. This is going to come down to who wants it more.
Definitely going to come down to who wants it more. Ooh! Oh, shit. Bro kick. And that is it. That is all. Tables could withstand no more from the mighty power of the Celtic Warrior. So the winner of the match, and moving on to the tournament finals, the Celtic Warrior Sheamus. And Joe Link invading the compound with two villains, and of course just hosted the most must-see show on Twitch TV. Joe Link, we love you and appreciate you.
Joe Link.
All right, I'll issue the payout for that match. Man, I gotta be honest, I thought Tables was winning that match. The betting line hasn't even closed yet, guys. It has not even been 5 minutes. That's how fast that match was. And look at the bruise under Sheamus's eye from the Wolfman. Look at that. His eye is blackened and bruised. Wow. And I'm still waiting to be able to finalize the betting because, again, that match was less than 5 minutes. So we got 2 seconds left, and then I can finalize the betting. That's crazy. All right, 100% chose tables, but guess what? And I had Stone Cold in there instead of Sheamus. Forgive me. I was literally thinking of the Poindexter match when I input this one. All right. Next match of the evening, and of course the final match in the semifinals. Stone Cold Steve Austin versus the Professor Poindexter. All right. I'll get the betting line open. So who moves on to the tournament final? Is it going to be Stone Cold? It actually is Stone Cold this time. It is not Sheamus. Or is it going to be Poindexter? And there you go. You got 5 minutes to make your bets. Stone Cold Steve Austin, the Rattlesnake? Or is it going to be the Professor? Will the Professor have a mathematical equation to get away from the Rattlesnake, or will the Snake latch on and bite Poindexter? We're going to find out. We've got an ambulance and a stretcher nearby just in case.
Just oozes attitude and does whatever he wants.
The following contest is a Falls Count Anywhere match. Making his way to the ring from Victoria, Texas.
Well, what do you think, Glorilla, Stone Cold or Poindexter?
I'm going to go with Poindexter.
Yeah, well, me too. I mean, like I said, I'm a little bit tired of not, you know, and losing my Archerverse bucks. So I'm going to side with Poindexter on this one as well. I mean, we're all aware of how bad Stone Cold Steve Austin is, but is he bad enough to beat the Professor? I don't know if he's got it in him these days. I mean, he did in short, you know, very short work beat Marcus Stevens, but
Yeah, now we're talking.
all right, here he comes. The man that took the AEW World title from MJF, representing the Wolfpack from Team Froggy Mothlegs, the Professor Poindexter. Is he just me, or is that an extremely tall ladder? And I know that's a strange thing to have a focal point on right now, but
word is that the champ was actually asking for this to be a title match, but the officials.
Well, I'll let you know in a minute, Archer, because Stone Cold's still getting in the ring. Oh, here we go. Poindexter's finally getting ready to come out.
oh yeah, you're a bit behind. Not too bad though, but I'm gonna guess a good 60 seconds.
At least.
There's a lot on the line in this semifinals.
All right, here we go.
Stars are determined to reach that ultimate final round.
Actually, Froggy, I haven't applied any videos yet, simply because I was still in the midst of changing to different shows, different logos, and other such things. I'm still working on that aspect. Oh, look at this. Fujiwara armbar locked in on Stone Cold Steve Austin already. Poindexter wasting no time. He wants to move on to the tournament finals. Man, oh man, he released, but the damage might be done there, and he's going right back after that right arm again. Spinning arm breaker, and drove Austin's face right into the canvas at the same time, too, not to mention. Poindexter going upstairs. Professor's going to fly here, Glenola. Whoa. Oh, that did not look like it felt very good. I think he bounced when he landed there.
And he's a step ahead of Austin.
Oh, wow. Poindexter led him up with some strikes, and a big left heavy hand dropped him like a bad habit. Man, oh man, this Poindexter, I gotta tell you. Such an impressive specimen. Oh, look at this, a Hangman's Dragon Sleeper. That is vicious. That is vicious.
But you can never count Austin out. Jarring impact. He may get the 3 count right here. This is it.
Whoa, that was like 2 3/4. Poindexter coming close to eliminating Austin in short work here. Just busted him open with that big knee. Oh, damn. Austin attacking the Professor's no-no square. Oh, nice. Fireman's carry takedown. Good reversal there. He's got to be quick. He's got to get around that power of Stone Cold Steve Austin, because he is not going to overpower him. I did not see an illegal move. Glenola, did you see an illegal move?
He'll slide back in the ring now.
No, but unfortunately, I'm so far behind I wouldn't know which move to watch for.
Oh, nice takedown by Poindexter.
That Manhattan drop, well, that's a legal move.
It is definitely a legal move. Oh, he tapped him out. Holy shit. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the match and moving on to the tournament final to face the Celtic Warrior Sheamus from Team Froggy Mothlegs, the Professor Poindexter. And good God, does that make a statement? Right? Wow, took out Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Oh, yeah.
That is incredible. Well, at least, I'm able to work with the betting line immediately this time. That match definitely lasted longer than 5 minutes, but what a match that was. Mostly one-sided by Poindexter, too, for God's sakes. I mean, no pun intended, but the Professor took Stone Cold to school. All right. It is time to crown a new TWA Canadian Heavyweight Champion. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be the Celtic Warrior Sheamus? Or is it going to be the Professor Poindexter? We are about to find out. It is showtime and go time for the tournament final, and I'm opening up the betting line right now. So who walks out the TWA Canadian Champion? Is it going to be Sheamus, or is it going to be Poindexter? The Professor. Five minutes to make your bets. And there we go. Betting lines are open. And it is showtime and go time. It is time to crown a new TWA Canadian Heavyweight Champion. Let's go. The Blind Locksmith says, gonna be the Irish Canadian title soon, fellas.
Guys, we're about to see a fight. I've been waiting a long time for this.
So the Blind Locksmith apparently betting for Sheamus here. Just so it's clear.
The following contest is the final in the championship tournament and is for the wrestling.
I'll tell you, this tournament did not take long, did it? Because, I mean,
No?
we had over an hour discussion. It was like an hour 15, hour and 16-minute discussion before the tournament even began. These guys did not waste any time.
67 pounds.
That's awesome, because we still have one more tournament to go. We are going to crown brand new WCW World Tag Team Champions.
But we'll never say no to a fight.
And I'm sure you'll all be happy to know, again, the Coalition doesn't even get an invite. The victors of the tournament last night became the new WCW World Tag Team Champions. Even was put into the record books the fact that they won titles, but do they have titles? Do they have beautiful WCW World Tag Team Championships to put on their shoulders or waists? No, they do not. Instead, we have 8 teams. Well, 8 superstars, 4 teams that are all going to go to battle over these championships. Mostly because you can't have 8 teams in a semifinal. 8 teams initially, but 4 teams are really the ones that go to battle. Let's be honest, right? It is the semifinals that matter. The quarterfinals are just a thrill ride till you get there.
Recent memory.
Froggy Mothleg says, gonna be the 105-pound heavyweight champion soon, students. Firing back there at Team the Blind Locksmith is Team Froggy Mothlegs.
Yeah, he may fall down, Michael, but you can bet he'll get right back up and dust himself off.
All right, here we go.
Here's something very important, Archer. You should never put down your enemies. That won't resolve the issue. It's better to lift them up high and then body slam them for maximum damage.
For maximum damage.
That's credited to Randy Savage.
All right, here we go. Title is officially on the line. Look at the busted up face of Sheamus. Let's see if Poindexter can use that to his advantage. Open up those cuts again. Get him bleeding. Whoa, nice body shot. You see that? That was like something straight into the Street Fighter. He's been playing video games again. Oh, there's that Hangman's Dragon Sleeper again. He applied that to Chris Jericho earlier tonight.
That shoulder targeted there.
Whoa, rolling neck snap by the Professor. So far targeting that neck and spine of Sheamus. Oh! Wow, he flew right across, almost past the center of the ring there. That was some hang time if I've seen hang time, and came crashing right down on the upper part of the chest of Sheamus there. He's working that Fujiwara armbar. Holy shit! Holy shit!
Yes, we have a new champion.
Wow! Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the match in less than 5 minutes of this matchup, and a new TWA Canadian Heavyweight Champion from Team Froggy Mothlegs, the Professor Poindexter. Wow! Holy fucking shitballs. I mean, I know Sheamus was beat up, but I mean, he just got destroyed. I mean, part of that 5-minute time was their entrances to the ring, folks. Holy shit. So Poindexter, now a double champion once again, because let's not forget, as part of the Wolfpack, he is one half of the TWA International Tag Team Champions and is now holding, high above his head, the TWA Canadian Heavyweight Championship. Wow, redemption for the Wolfpack tonight coming via the Professor. I'm sure Archer is elated, by the way. I'm sure he's very excited and happy sitting at home, likely drinking his sorrows away.
But congratulations, Poindexter and Team Froggy Mothlegs.
And a Team Wolfpack. Let's be honest, the Wolfpack just, I mean, they may have, had two superstars that didn't make it through to the semis, but overall, the Wolfpack still came out on top because Poindexter went through Chris Jericho, went through Steve Austin, and Sheamus. I mean, wow. Wow. Look at that. Sheamus, Stone Cold Steve Austin, and Chris Jericho. One by submission, one by submission, one by submission. Holy shit. Isn't that crazy? Alright, so our next order of business is we have to award the WCW World Tag Team Championships. And look at this star-studded cast. We've got Legacy, Team C-Pax, and Team Riggy 2K3. Luscious Luther Brody and the magnificent Reed Rude taking on Dolph Ziggler and Robert Roode, the Dirty Dogs. We have tons of funk. Uptown B. Henry, the All-American. Uptown B. Henry. The villain of the Archerist, Kareem Key Woods. From Team 3, TVB, and I'm Just Key. They are tons of funk. They're taking on Chris Jericho and MJF. They are the AEW Exiles, the Circle. And then we have the Mega Powers, the Immortal Hollywood Hulk Hogan and Randy Macho Man Savage, and they will be taking on the Omega, Marshall Omega from Team The Ornery Knight. And, of course, Anthony Draven, the Future from Team Tony USP. They are the Martyrs. And then last but not least, the Outsiders. Kevin Nash and Scott Hall taking on Team KJ2294 and Team J Negative Gaming. The Soul Man Jay Simmons and the OG Kurt Jordan. Power and glory. That is a star-studded quarterfinals for Tag Team Championship Gold. We are going to get this tournament on the go right now, starting with matchup number 1, Legacy versus the Dirty Dogs. Glenola, who do you got with this one?
Man. I gotta go with the Dirty Dogs on this one.
You go with the Dirty Dogs on this one?
I just cannot root for Brody.
I'm with you on that one. I'm actually voting for the Dirty Dogs for that very reason, so I'm on your side. Do not feel shame, or else Glenola will be shamed together, buddy. Alright, so who moves on to the semifinals? Another set of championships that were stolen from Archer and the Coalition, by the way. Again, if anybody missed the show last night, shame on you, by the way. Go watch the VOD, how dare you. But anyways, anybody that's watched the show last night saw Archer and the Coalition win the WCW World Tag Team Championships, only to have them stripped from them for no reason at all, other than pure spite and greed, I'm sure.
They were never given the titles. So obviously they didn't win it.
It's in the record books.
Yeah, I don't know. I just, I saw no titles change hands.
But we should have known there was a coup going at that moment when they won the titles. I mean, it clearly said WCW World Tag Team Championships at the start of the matchup. At the end of the match, no championship belts present. I should have known something was up right then and there.
The following contest is a tag team championship first round match.
And then word come down that the titles were vacant.
They are now, but not for much longer.
You can see exactly why the WWE Universe is so amped up for this one.
I wonder where Ravishing Rick Rude is tonight. I just thought of that. I see Brody. I see Magnificent Reed Rude. I do not see Ravishing Rick Rude.
I really don't know.
The Blind Locksmith says Scott Hall already lost once tonight. Yeah, so did Chris Jericho. But much like the Wolfpack, the AEW Exiles seem to keep finding themselves in very interesting scenarios lately.
And their opponents first, representing Dirty Dogs from Hollywood, Florida, weighing in at 200.
Are you a Dolph Ziggler fan, Granola? Out of curiosity. Yeah, I am. I have been for a long time, and it really still bothers me that he did not become the next Shawn Michaels when he very well should have.
Yeah.
But this is a superstar who has
I think he's every bit as good of a showman, and I think he's a better wrestler. You know, the reason Shawn Michaels is looked at as the greatest performer of all time wasn't just his wrestling ability, is what he was willing to put himself and his body through to entertain the fans. It was his ability to tell a story. I mean, he was just a total package, Shawn Michaels, so I get it, and I would never dispute it. But Ziggler, I believe, is the exact same, a better wrestler as far as technical wrestling goes, but the problem is he's never had those epic big matches like Michaels did. Right?
Oh, yeah, and I gotta say, Shawn, and for whatever reason this works, but the way Shawn Michaels would oversell those whips into the corner, where he would flip up,
Toronto, Ontario, Canada, weighing in at 235.
I mean, he was great. I mean, what else can you say, right?
Normally that would grate on you very quickly. But for some reason, when Shawn did it, it was believable.
It was. It's hard to explain, right?
That's the thing. Shawn could make just about any situation believable.
You think about rude guys.
Actually, I think the more outrageous something was, the more believable he made it.
And Rude does just that.
And then,
at the end of the day, I'm still going with the Dirty Dogs, though, here. Regardless of... simply because I just can't bring myself to vote for Brody.
That's, But no, I've got to say, though, Ziggler had something working against him, though, early on. With me. And that was the Spirit Squad.
It was really hard to get past that for a while, wasn't it? I mean...
him and Kenny both,
Separate the contenders from the pretenders.
How do you take them seriously after that gimmick?
Oh, exactly. It's really, really hard.
And, it took me a couple times to watch it before I noticed it. But, there was that incident where they ambushed DX backstage and just get decimated.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Have you always been a fan of tag team wrestling?
Yeah. I enjoy tag team.
I 100% agree.
You know, as a kid, I had 3 favorite tag teams as a kid. And that was Demolition, the Steiner Brothers, and the Road Warriors.
See, for me, it was the British Bulldogs, the Hart Foundation, and I just lost it. Right off the top of my head. I hate when that happens. Santana and Martel. What they Strike Force?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just, you know, those old school teams, you know, Demolition, I mean, they were just amazing to
Demolition's
watch.
in my top 5, so I completely agree with you and understand why you'd throw them in there. Demolition was
when
fun.
They added Crush, you know, that was
just... Brian Adams, yeah. It's too bad he passed away so young because he was another great big man. I mean, if he had been able to, you know, if he was able to be alive, I think he would have been remembered as one of the best big men of all time, I think, eventually.
Yeah. Yeah, very well, could have been. But, you know, back in the, 80s, you know, I didn't get to watch a lot of wrestling because it wasn't on every week, on the networks. I might catch it every.
Oh, I hear you. I mean, I grew up in the country, right? So.
Yeah, same here.
So I feel your sorrow.
But what I did get to watch, it was just amazing. Especially with tag teams, but also, some of the solo stuff.
Yeah.
And and of course, I'll never forget the first time I watched The Undertaker put somebody in a body bag.
I'll be honest, when that all first went down, I didn't actually think they would follow through with it, if that makes any sense to you. Did you really? Did you think they would follow through with that whole thing?
No, that was what made it so great.
Yeah, that was, even though they told us that was what was going to happen, it was, for me, it was still element of surprise. I was like, wow, they actually did do that.
But then, of course, you had, Jake the Snake versus Savage, where the Cobra bites Savage, on the arm.
Which was Savage, by the way.
That was just like, these great moments, and
it was a shock and awe moment. When that, because I didn't expect the Snake to do that. I mean, did anybody? I wonder. I don't think so. That had to have been a shock for a lot of people to see that Snake bite Savage like that. And it didn't just bite him once, man. It bit him more than he had issues with his arm for a while over that.
Yeah, it's just all these moments, just these great things that happen, and it's I actually watched live on TV. Shawn Michaels kicked Marty Jannetty through the window, at the barbershop.
That was an epic moment.
And it's like, that was another tag team that I loved to watch, when I could, was the Rockers. And then to think that,
you had to love the Rockers, especially that, because they were that smaller team amongst all those gargantuans fighting over the tag belt. And they were like the underdogs. They were the Cinderella team.
And then, even better though, with it, it's been a few years now, but I caught in reruns, there was whatever promotion, and it was Shawn Michaels with the Rockers at 16 years old. Just starting out. And it's like, wow.
Is he that young?
That's what they said. They
Like, I was just thinking,
16.
when we started with the Rockers, he was 16.
That's what they claimed on that,
wow.
You know, they said 16-year-old Shawn Michaels.
I actually didn't know that. I thought he was like in his early 20, like 2021. That's incredible. I guess that's not all that surprising though. If you think about people like Rey Mysterio, who started when they were like, I could be wrong, you may want to fact check this, it was either 14 or 15, I think.
Well, in his case, how would you know? As small as he was, you know?
Yeah, I know, right?
He could have been 25 and you'd think he was a 14-year-old.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm just going to quickly grab myself a drink. I'll be right back. If you want to quickly fact-check that, we'll discuss that when I get back. I love our conversations tonight. I love our conversations today. It's been epic, so I'll be right back.
No quarter being given by either competitor. You have to believe this was going to be decided by the smallest of margins. From the middle rope, he avoids the damage. There's the tag. I don't think this is going to be good, Corey. What a move. Oh, nothing fancy with that boot. Here's a cover. Could be it. 1, 2. No, kick out at 2. Good Lord, scarily close to 3. Perhaps thinking about what to do next here. Are you kidding me? With an earth-shattering spine buster. That was glorious. First up time. The risk doesn't pay off. This arena has come unglued. You can feel the foundation shifting with every turn in the match. And an inverted atomic drop. This DDT, glorious DDT, will really take advantage. 2. What a kick out at 2. You've got to be kidding me. The next big move might end this. The question is, what is the stamina left to pull it out? He's getting pushed down into the defensive. These two teams have gone to war, Cole. Of course they're going to wind up with a few battle scars. Into a neck breaker. Nicely done. And he's able to fight Root off. Oh, big clothesline. Drops the hammer. Right on the lower back. He has Root in his grasp. Drop of the leg. Can Root come back from that? Is it enough? The cover. 3. No, the shoulders were not down. The referee was right on top of it. Bad predicament right here. Lands face first. Gosh, what a match. Oh, point of the elbow finds the mark. Tag made, fresh man in. He thinks he has it. 1, 2. What a kick out. The muscle memory's got to be taken over now. Pure instinct to kick out before 3. Oh, look at the well-placed elbow right on the mark. Root able to evade. Kick to the gut. Break the wrong rear neck breaker. Stomping down. That's unnecessary. Great counter, impressive ring IQ on display there. Big time clothesline. Good grief. He's expressing pain now. These are dire straits for him. He needs to be extra cautious now. Right now, Dolph needs to tap into that reserve tank if he wants to truly show them. Here's the cover for the win. 2. You gotta be kidding me. He refuses to stay down. Pure instinct.
All right, I've returned. I see these guys are still going to battle. I haven't missed much. Looks like still a bit of a back-and-forth contest here. They're outside the ring going at it, though. Now is the only difference from when I left, I suppose.
Yeah. Now with Mysterio, it looks like he was 15. 15.
14-15, okay.
Yeah,
I knew it was something like that.
December 11th, 74, and he made his debut in 1989.
Wow. So, I mean, he's been in the game a long time.
Yeah. And with Shawn, I'm trying to look this up here, but it looks like he was actually in his early 20s. But I am sure that they had said, 16-year-old Shawn Michaels. And
okay, Joe Link, sounds good, buddy.
But, that could have very easily been kayfabe,
And we see him take yet another shot to the body.
Have to head back into the ring now. Yeah, count's running out.
So, let's see.
That is a long count. That was a long 8 count. Brody obviously getting frustrated, choking the life out of Rude here.
Yeah, he would have been 20 when the match I saw, or 2021 area, because it was the Midnight Rockers, AWA wrestling.
Yeah, I remember the Midnight Rockers.
But I am still 100% certain that the announce team said 16-year-old Shawn Michaels.
Wow, that's insane.
I
know he was young. I just didn't realize he was that young. That's all.
Yeah, but no, he would have been 20. 2021 at that time frame. Which is still,
Yes, that's incredible.
To be in one of the all-time greatest tag teams at 20 years old. A tag team that lasted through multiple promotions.
Yep.
And it wasn't even the first time they had tagged together.
And then to have it come to its demise the way it did.
Yeah. It was the perfect heel turn.
Oh, yeah.
But they actually had Marty Jannetty teamed up in Central States Wrestling for the first time.
Yeah. Legacy pulled it off, Claudio. Look at that. The winners of the match, ladies and gentlemen. And moving on to the semi-finals of this tournament. From Team CPAC and Team Origi 2K3. Luscious Luther Brody and the magnificent Reed Rude. Legacy. You know what you should look up? You should look up some of the... because I bet you that's on there. Look up some of the best heel turns of all time and see if there's anything decent. Because that could be fun.
Yeah. Let's take a look at what we find. Hello, Google, my old friend.
In the meantime, I'll issue the payout for that match. It was 50-50 on that one. People couldn't decide, I guess. I couldn't. But even though we were both voting against Legacy, it really was up in the air.
When it's firing on all cylinders.
I don't understand these two. What is even happening right now? Why are the crowd cheering? Do not encourage that. We should not be entertaining this filth. That's right. Give it to him. Oh, are we going to have a fight between two teammates here? Let's go. Let's go. This does not look good. These guys still have a tournament to get through here.
I'm trying to find an article that's actually halfway new.
Not to be confused with Halfway Nude, although Kraken Skulls isn't here, so I guess we don't have to clarify that.
Yeah. But I keep finding ones that were, here we go. Let's see how old this article is. I kept finding ones from 2014. Okay, here's WWE history. 10 greatest heel turns of the 21st century.
There we go.
It's from Sportskita. And written by...
So a fairly decent source, that's nice.
Abelish Mende.
I know, Froggy, right? That's what we were just saying. Like, what the hell was that about? They still have a tournament to get through here. Come on, get your shit together.
So.
All right, next match of the night. It is Tons of Funk versus The Circle. And who do you guys think is moving on to the semifinals in this one?
Tons of Funk.
You got Tons of Funk on this one?
I always go Tons of Funk.
Fair. I think we both do. And I'll be honest, I am not betting for The Circle.
Yeah. I'm not even going to place a bet, though. Money on it. But, okay. So, this does not say anything about ranked. The title is...
This is good.
WWE History, 10 Greatest Heel Turns of the 21st Century. So there's no top 10, no ranked.
Excellent. I mean, don't get me wrong. If it's a legitimate list and it's ranked, then that's fantastic. But I mean, some of the lists we come across, I got to tell you.
Yeah. So number 10, Batista turns on Rey Mysterio. At the Bragging Rights 2009 pay-per-view, the World Heavyweight title was on the line as The Undertaker, CM Punk, Rey Mysterio, and Batista competed in a fatal four-way. Phenom ended up winning the whole thing, but that's not what fans remember most about this match.
No, it is definitely not, yeah.
After the dust was settled, Batista snapped his longtime friend Rey Mysterio, or snapped on his longtime friend Mysterio, and proceeded to
He kind of did both, to be fair.
Yeah, true. This kicked off one of the best heel runs of all time, as Batista delivered excellent shoot promos heading into his match against Cena at WrestleMania 26.
That's not a terrible... It kind of was one of the best heel runs of all time.
Uh-huh.
It was gripping. It was... I mean, that was very, very compelling. It really drew you in, made you invest in their rivalry. A lot like, it was much like Eddie Guerrero, Rey Mysterio, in the sense that they really drew you in and got a little bit gritty when it came to their personal lives and the way they verbally and physically attacked each other during that rivalry, right? So.
Oh, yeah. Okay, this next one, I remember when this happened. And, I'll be honest with you, I was completely invested in it. Triple H turns on Shawn Michaels.
Oh, yeah. I mean, what was the thing that surprised you most about that?
Oh, it was just the whole thing. Shawn, I don't know how the build-up, but Shawn shows Triple H a sack.
Yep.
And Triple H gets that smile of his on his face. And then, all of a sudden, later in the show, DX's music starts up. And, of course, the crowd goes nuts.
Oh, yeah. It would have been deafening in there.
Yeah. They walk out in the DX T-shirts. And it was the old school D-Generation X T-shirts.
It was, yes.
New, But, and then, bam, Triple H. Well, I'll just read this because I'm sure there might be people here that didn't. But summer of 2002, Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels returned to WWE after a 4-year-long hiatus. Michaels convinced his best friend Triple H to move permanently to Monday Night Raw. Weeks before SummerSlam 2002, the duo hit the ring to the DX theme on an episode of Raw. After the shenanigans were done with, Triple H proceeded to hit a pedigree on Shawn Michaels out of nowhere. As the fans looked in horror, Triple H turned heel on his best friend. The two had possibly their best match till date at SummerSlam, ending with Michaels coming out on top. Triple H hit Michaels with a sledgehammer after the match, which was embraced with a chorus of boos. Triple H's heel turn resulted in him taking over Monday Night Raw for the next 2 years until he was dethroned by his Evolution lackey Batista at WrestleMania 21.
Yeah.
And,
I just don't think I ever would have guessed that Triple H would have turned on Michaels. I think it was the biggest thing at that point.
It was, and then, the ending to it that they don't talk about here, when he bends down after hitting that pedigree and says something to the general effect of, it's never going to happen. Saying the DX would never happen again.
Yeah.
It completed, for me, that heel turn. I mean, they had me completely, I'll admit, I marked out completely.
Yep, me too. Yep.
And
what number on the list was that, by the way?
That was number 9. That's the second one they're listing.
Wow.
Like I said, this ain't ranked, so I mean,
that's a good one though. Whether or not it belongs in number 9, I guess we'll find out. But not a bad one to have on your list, though.
Yeah. I mean, that was just, and then they talk about hitting him with the sledgehammer. And if I recall, and I could be wrong, what they don't say is after he hit Michaels with that sledgehammer, the sledgehammer broke.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
I'm sure that was the case where he hit Shawn in the back and the sledgehammer head come off.
Yeah, it did. Yeah. Slid right off the end.
And I've never heard one way or the other whether that was intentional.
I don't think so. But I remember when he went to hit him again, he had to hang on to the end of it to make sure it didn't fly off again.
But at that moment itself, was just like, it cemented Triple H as one of the greatest heels of all time.
Yes, absolutely. Yep.
Okay, they're number 8. Tommaso Ciampa turns on Johnny Gargano.
All right, I don't know if I would put that into my top 10 of greatest heel turns of all time, but it was a good heel turn though.
Yeah, but that's coming into the time frame where I had already stopped watching for the most part.
Okay.
So I'm not familiar with it, but it says DIY is one of the most popular tag teams in the history of NXT. Tommaso Ciampa and Johnny Gargano ran roughshod on the Development Brands tag team division.
They sure did.
At TakeOver Chicago 2017, Ciampa betrayed his former friend Gargano after losing a tag team ladder match to the Authors of Pain. A ruthless beatdown followed as the white-hot Chicago crowd booed Ciampa out of the building. The heel turn resulted in a long-anticipated grudge encounter between the two bitter enemies at TakeOver New Orleans in 2018. Gargano managed to put Ciampa down after a 5-star classic.
Yeah. Again, it was actually a really good heel turn, and it was a great feud too. But I don't think I would. I mean, well, I'm sorry, I don't. It's not that I don't think. I know I would not have that in my top 10. Not my top 10. If I'm making a top 25 list or something, maybe.
Yeah. Well, this next one, I know the wrestlers involved, and I know their work, but again, I wasn't watching for the most part. Shane O'Mac turns on The Miz.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Shane O'Mac won the World Cup trophy at WWE Crown Jewel in Saudi Arabia last year. Following the victory, The Miz began asking Shane to form a tag team with him.
Yeah.
Storyline stressed throughout the latter part of 2018 and continued on in the new year. The duo went on to form a team, beat the Bar for the tag team titles, and lose the belts all in a very short span of time.
Yep.
Shane and Miz failed to recapture the titles from the Usos at Fastlane. After the match, Shane O'Mac turned heel on The Miz in a unique visual. Fans had expected the natural-born heel in The Miz to take over his good side again, but the opposite happened. it had been a while since the WWE Universe had seen a heel Shane, and the turn was something fresh and unexpected. They then faced off at Falls Count Anywhere, or in a Falls Count Anywhere match at WrestleMania 35, with Shane won. You know,
yeah,
I can see it.
Yeah,
you know,
agreed.
Like of course, Shane O'Mac. The character of Shane O'Mac has never had any real loyalty to anybody but Shane O'Mac.
And they did drag that feud out, and but I don't. Again, it's another one of those things. I just wouldn't have that in my top 10.
Yeah.
It was a good example of a good heel turn, though. It was a very good example. Just I just wouldn't have it in a top 10. But you said it's not ranked anyways, right? So
yeah, it doesn't say anything about ranked.
Yeah, so this is just 10 great heel turns, so that's fine. So it's absolutely fine.
Yeah. All right, number 6, The Rock turns on the people. Following his loss to Brock Lesnar at SummerSlam 2002, Rock left WWE but came in time for WrestleMania 19 next year. This wasn't the Rock fans were expecting to see, though. Hollywood fame had gone to Great One's head, and he came off as an arrogant prick. People didn't care for this version of the Rock and began booing him almost immediately.
Yeah.
Rock went on to address the fans on an episode of SmackDown, asking them whether he should turn heel. Fans cheered in unison, resulting in the birth of Hollywood Rock, one of the greatest characters in all of wrestling. Arguable about being one of the greatest characters in all of wrestling, but it was an awesome heel turn.
It was.
Hollywood Rock went on to address the Toronto crowd on an episode of Raw in one of the greatest promos of all time.
Oh, it was.
That night was something no ordinary WWE superstar could match at their peak.
Yeah, that was easily one of the best promos of all time.
Yeah. I have no complaints over that, other than the fact that, I don't know if Hollywood Rock is one of the greatest characters of all time. That's arguable.
Sorry, what was arguable?
That Hollywood Rock was one of the greatest characters in all of wrestling.
Oh, you're right. Okay, sorry, yeah. I wonder what they consider the best promo all the time. Maybe we'll look that up next.
Okay, you can do that.
We would probably have a field day with that one, I'm going to guess.
Was 2014, and right here, this is at the time frame where I was stopping. Because this is when AJ Styles had come over.
Yeah.
But Daniel Bryan turns on AJ Styles. The Yes movement in 2014 was one of the hottest storylines of all time. And Daniel Bryan got the kind of cheers icons like The Rock and Austin used to get in their heyday. I'll admit to that.
Yeah.
After coming back from a supposed career-ending injury, Bryan got into a feud with AJ Styles. Two faced off for Styles' WWE title at the go-home show of SmackDown Live before Survivor Series. During the closing moments of the match, Bryan saw an opportunity open up after the ref got distracted. To the shock
how convenient.
WWE Universe, Bryan hit AJ with a low blow and proceeded to smash his face with a thunderous knee to the face.
Yep.
This move kicked off the era of the new Daniel Bryan, who cared more about the planet than the people who inhabited it.
I thought it was awesome when he had that eco-friendly championship belt, I'll be honest.
Yeah, they were saying he created his own customized hip belt and dropped it to Kofi Kingston at WrestleMania 35. Number 4, Shawn Michaels turns on Hulk Hogan.
Shawn Michaels turning on Hogan. Yep, that was I remember the crowd was not happy with HBK that day.
As SummerSlam 2005 approached, Shawn Michaels and Hulk Hogan faced off against Carlito and Kurt Angle on an episode of Raw. After a hard-fought match, the duo stood tall in the ring, celebrating together amidst a sea of cheering fans. Out of nowhere, HBK kicked the Immortal Hulk Hogan in the face, knocking him down unconscious.
Yeah.
As the fans watched in disgust, Michaels looked at the carnage he had caused and left the ring.
Hulkamania got a sweet chin music delivered.
Yeah. Last time Shawn was a heel was way back during his first run in WWE. This came as a complete shocker to everyone. Michaels went on to deliver a scathing promo in Canada and was set to face off against Hogan at SummerSlam. Hogan came out on top at SummerSlam, after which Shawn immediately turned babyface again.
Yeah.
The match is notoriously known for HBK's overselling. I'm sorry.
Well,
show me a match Shawn didn't oversell.
I was gonna say, well, is there a match that he didn't oversell? Because he oversold almost everything. Was part of what made him so great in the ring as a performer.
Yeah, it was like I was just discussing earlier. You know.
Yeah, you were.
He had that overselling, but it was believable.
It was. It was very, especially, because it was always relevant to a situation, so.
Yeah, he'd get a good Irish whip into the corner and he'd flip.
Yep. Because he wouldn't do it all the time. He would pick his spots, right? So it was great.
Yeah. All right, number 3, Seth Rollins turns on the Shield. I did see this one. The Shield was widely regarded as one of the most dominant factions in the history. I can't believe I'm saying this. The Shield is widely regarded as one of the most dominant factions in the history of wrestling.
Yeah. I don't know if I agree with that, but...
Yeah. The trio debuted at Survivor Series 2012, helping Punk retain his WWE title by delivering a triple power bomb to Ryback. On the Raw after WrestleMania 30, the Shield turned face by helping Daniel Bryan retain his title against Triple H. For the next several weeks, Shield feuded with the newly reformed Evolution. Reunion didn't help matters for Triple H as the Hounds of Justice emerged victorious in their match against Evolution. Batista took off to Hollywood again, but Triple H warned the Shield that he had a plan B. Plan B turned out to be Seth Rollins, who betrayed his brothers in a dastardly attack with a chair. Seth Rollins turned heel and went on to cash in his Money in the Bank briefcase at the main event of WrestleMania 31, winning the title in one of the most shocking moments in WrestleMania history.
Yeah, was it really, though? I mean, I can't say for me personally that was a shock. I mean, maybe a little bit because of the timing, I guess. But we all knew that was going to happen at some point.
Yeah.
I mean, I did. It's a no-brainer. Seth Rollins was clearly the one that was going to break out first. To do that, you got to leave your team or faction, right? Mm-hmm. So, well, I mean, I guess you don't have to, but typically that's what happens.
Yeah.
Typically.
Yeah. Number 2, Triple H turns on Daniel Bryan. Summer of 2013, Daniel Bryan became arguably the most popular wrestler in WWE. He was given a shot at Cena's WWE title SummerSlam 2013 pay-per-view, with Triple H acting as guest referee. After a grueling battle, Daniel Bryan defeated John Cena with a knee to the face. As Bryan celebrated his victory, Orton came down in the ring with the Money in the Bank briefcase in his hands.
Yeah.
Out of the blue, Triple H hit a pedigree, and Orton pinned him to win the title. It's been a long while since Triple H had been a heel, marked the beginning of a year-long journey for Daniel Bryan, with the Yes movement garnering tons of mainstream coverage.
Yep.
Rivalry came to an end when Daniel Bryan defeated Triple H at the opening match of WrestleMania 30.
Oh, shit! No! Oh, my good God. The Circle beat Tons of Funk. The AEW Exiles are moving on to the semifinals.
Wow.
I so never would have guessed that in a million years. I thought Tons of Funk would have had this one wrapped up. That is incredible.
All right. Alrighty, their number, what they have at number 1, you know, in this non-ranked, is Stone Cold Steve Austin turns on The Rock. Rock and Stone Cold went toe-to-toe in quite possibly the biggest match of all time at WrestleMania 17, regarded by many as being the greatest pay-per-view of all time.
Which one, sir?
WrestleMania 13 or 17.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Duo went on to have a classic in front of 70,000 roaring fans. As the match was about to reach its climax, Mr. McMahon came down to the ring. Boss aided Austin in defeating The Rock, but not before Austin had beaten the People's Champion to a pulp. Several chair shots later, Austin pinned The Rock to finally complete his heel turn. In one of the most memorable visuals of all time, Austin shook hands with Satan himself, as Jim Ross put it.
He did.
Yeah. A week before the match, WWE had bought off its longtime rival WCW. This moment marked the end of the Attitude Era. Well, the Attitude Era went for a while longer.
Right before we continue that, the next match of the night is the Mega Powers, Hollywood Hulk Hogan and Randy Macho Man Savage taking on the Martyrs, which is, of course, the future Anthony Draven and the Omega Marshall Omega. Who do you guys think is moving on to the semi-finals? I'm opening the betting lines right now, but that is the next match of the night. And, Glenoy, back to you. I'm just opening the betting lines right now.
And I am going to go with, I gotta go with Marshall Omega and Anthony Draven. I gotta go with Henry Knight, Team Henry Knight.
Well, they've been most certainly a very successful new tag team to the division, to say the very least. I mean, they're undefeated as a tag team. And they were also the first team to hand members of the Circle their first defeat, too, not to mention. So we got to give them a little bit of notoriety for that as well, right?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so I open the betting lines for that matchup. So you got 5 minutes to decide who you think is moving on to the semifinals of this tournament. Is it going to be the Martyrs? Or is it going to be the Mega Powers?
Alrighty. I found a list. It doesn't say when this was made. It's on How Stuff Works. The 10 greatest wrestling promos of all time by Steven Randall.
All right, let me have it. Let's go.
Number 10, Paul Heyman tells off Vince McMahon.
Fair enough.
ECW invasion was terrible for many reasons. Ill-planned, terribly booked. So, yeah, let's see. Get to work, talk about the promo.
Yeah, I hate when they throw a bunch of needless banter in there when really what you want to know is what about the promo itself makes it that great.
Okay, they're talking about the winner-take-all match at Survivor Series 24. There was a little doubt who would ultimately win, but in order to sell just how big of a deal the match was, they turned to Paul Heyman, the original owner of ECW, and let him run absolutely wild on WWE owner Vince McMahon. In a classic promo that should have been the centerpiece of the invasion angle, rather than the last gasp before it ended.
And by the way,
yeah.
That's all they say about it.
that's pretty good, right?
No, terrible. At least you and Hogan have the same hairline.
Triple H reforms DX. They're talking after Shawn had went away for or when he came out and assumed control of DX.
Yeah.
Declared himself the leader.
Yes, I remember the struggle for control.
Yeah.
That was blatantly disrespectful.
Let's see.
And you are talking about one of the greatest to ever step in the ring.
I like number 8, and I am going to read this.
All right.
It's number 8 is Ric Flair Do you want to know how to find a great Ric Flair promo? You type the words Ric Flair promo into a search engine and watch everything that comes up.
Wait, that's not even a lie.
I know. So the rest of it's just kind of
That's right. There was only one Macho Man, Randy Savage. You are looking at the
what more do you need, you know?
It says it all.
7. Randy Savage is the cream of the crop. Let's see. In the wake of his classic match with Ricky Steamboat at WrestleMania 3,
the
one
Dragon.
of the best matches of all time.
Oh,
Savage cut a
easily.
Promo.
We were talking about that earlier.
Yeah. Randy Savage cut a promo using little individual portions of coffee creamer to help make his point. In the heads of most other wrestlers, it would seem ridiculous, but as Savage would say, the cream always rises to the top. You know, I didn't see that one, but I can imagine, you know, that it was a, you know.
I mean, I saw the replay of it, and by replay, I mean when I was younger and lived in the country and I had to watch a replay back then, you saw a replay about 2 weeks later at best.
Yeah.
So, but I did see it then.
Oh, the title alone is enough for this one. Welcome to Raw is Jericho.
Raw is Jericho. Yes.
You know, again, number 5, title alone is enough to, is all you have to say. Austin 316 is born.
Well, that is probably one of the most well-known promos of all time, period, yeah.
Yeah. And the best part is, they do mention it in here, Austin invented the whole concept of Austin 316 on the spot. You know, as he was giving this promo, that was where it came. You know?
Yeah.
Weighing in at 293 pounds, the future.
Number 4, Jim Ross interviews Mankind.
Oh, God. I remember that.
What are you talking about? Yeah, what voice?
I don't know if I'd consider it one of the greatest promos of all time or not, but it was definitely, I mean, it was very compelling television. You know, I mean, he did a lot of vignettes from a boiler room and other such things too, right? So kind of all, but.
Number 3, Hulk Hogan joins the NWO. You know,
I mean, he didn't really join the NWO, though. He basically formed it.
Yeah. And, you know, to be honest, any promo of that does not even hold a candle to the actual moment of that it was revealed. You know, where Hogan come down there, and you are expecting Hogan to say
agree.
WCW.
Yep.
And he just turns on him, you know.
And that whole thing, you know, was very innovative.
Yeah.
Because Degeneration X formed over Rebellion. The NWO formed over a planned coup and takeover.
Yeah.
Right? So, I actually thought that the NWO faction was better than DX. In the beginning, not when they went way, because eventually, obviously, DX just was the longevity, they became the better faction overall. But in the moment when they were both first coming into existence, I think the early NWO was awesome.
Oh yeah, and I loved them both. You know, for different reasons. You know, I love the Rebellion and the fact that you never knew what DX was going to do.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? They were off the hook crazy. See, that's the thing, what made it a little bit more intriguing is because with the NWO, you knew what you were going to get each and every week. You did know that. With DX, it was quite literally the epitome of expect the unexpected.
Yeah. I mean, playing, sitting down in the middle of the ring and playing strip poker.
Right? Oh my God! Do you remember the in-ring promo where they're wearing the face shields with the windshield wipers on? Because they were talking about Sergeant Slaughter. Yeah.
Well, Slaughter was actually yelling at him because they put the windshield wipers on their
Yeah. Oh my God, that was. It was.
My personal favorite is the uncensored version of the of their version of the oh man, State of the Union address.
Oh my God! You know what? You should find that and put it in the Archiverse video section. Not the clips, but the video section.
The whole thing, with the more, language part was great. But then when Shawn gets up there, just how do you put it? Despite the perception being, let's see, I saw the swallow the leader. I did not. I repeat, did not sleep with that young intern. As a matter of fact, we were up all night.
Yo, Lil, welcome in. How you doing? Welcome to the show. Welcome to episode number 335, Lil. And yes, this is an extra stream. No, we do not stream on Monday evenings, but we had an awesome evening last night. It was one hell of a fire show. If you missed WCW Bash at the Beach, Lil, you're going to have to go back and watch the VOD. It was the single greatest stream per-view in Archiverse history. It was off the hook fire. I'm telling you, go watch it. But tonight we had two vacant championships that we had to award. So tonight we had back-to-back tournaments to award those championship belts. We're just in the middle of the WCW World Tag Team Championship Gold Rush Tournament. We already awarded the Canadian Heavyweight Championship. We have a new champion. The Professor Poindexter from Team Froggy Moth Legs is now a double champion.
The Wolfpack.
I'm sorry, that is correct, representing the Wolfpack. But it's been a very chill night with a bunch of great people and some excellent matches tonight. Oh my God, great matches tonight. And we're talking a little bit professional wrestling historical facts. We're having a good time, so welcome on in. I mean, the Archiverse special events are always just a little more chill than the heated battle of when we're with what we always consider the competitive brands, the three competing shows every week. Those are intense and electrifying all at the same time. A lot happens. We don't get to spend as much time enjoying the masses like we can with the special events. So we do like to have these from time to time. Because the only night of the week we get to do this is usually Tuesdays, and even then sometimes these days there is right. We either get worked up or there's actually villainy happening on Tuesday nights now. That never used to happen. When it was just streamer versus streamer showdown, we never had to worry about that. But now the bunch of fiendish bastards, they've opened up. Their greed has got the better of them. You see, that's what it is. They're looking for spotlight. They're trying to upstage everybody, including us, the bastards. But what it is well, I mean, that is what it is. It's upstaging. It is all about upstaging. Don't you think?
To a point, yeah.
You know, to a point. I mean, a little bit of ego there. But anyways, lot going on, and usually on a Tuesday night there's not nearly as much villainy, but nowadays, since they opened up from just streamer versus streamer to streamer versus the world, now suddenly there's villainy creeping in on Tuesday evenings and causing havoc and chaos. It's very interesting. The evolutionary process, I guess.
Well, I think what it is, it became a little more serious.
It did.
When it got opened up,
Well, Wrestle Kingdom is more. I mean, you're not wrong. Streamer versus streamer was a bit of a different platform, if you will. Now they're facing talent from all across the globe, from different promotions, and you're right. It is a lot more serious competition. So yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. Well, even just the Archiverse fans, we've all gotten a little more serious on Tuesday nights, which means the villainy coming out.
It creeps in, and has been.
Yeah. But now number 2 here, I disagree with. This is not a top 10, you know.
Okay. Yeah. No. Yes. Right. Yeah. We'll keep reiterating that it is not a top 10 list. They literally just said 10 of the greatest heel turns in pro wrestling history.
No, this is wrestling promos.
Or wrestling promos. Sorry, I skipped back one.
Personally, I
pulled a
did not
Curdini.
like this one at all. CM Punk drops a pipe bomb.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think a lot of people consider that one of the very best promos of all time, but
I know. I'm just going by my personal. I did not like it at all. You know.
I mean, yeah, I don't know.
It came across as Punk whining because he couldn't get things his own way every single time.
It just depended on your perspective at the time, I guess. If you were the mark that was like, yeah, Punk's talking out against the company, then you loved it. If you were like, well, you know, I don't know.
They had just spent the money to get him Call the Personality as his theme song.
Yeah.
You know, the royalties on that, you know.
They did bend over backwards for him.
And, you know, so it just came across as a whining little bitch.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I think he just wanted to have full control, and I'm sorry, you're not, going to have that kind of... He didn't have that status in the company. Not yet. I mean, if he hadn't been able to keep his ego in check, he might have.
Actually, it says it beautifully right here. CM Punk's contract was ending, and he was on the fence about coming back to WWE. He felt like he had put in his hard work and hadn't been given the opportunities that he deserved. What opportunity was he not given?
He was given every. He's one of the longest reigning champions in history. You know?
And, yeah, it just... You know, that, like I said, to me at least, it came across as a whiny little bitch.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it just depended on whether or not you were like, yeah, rebellion against the company, or you were like, well, I've seen much better promos than this. That didn't seem like they were just a bunch of whining bantering. Which I will agree, that's how it came across to me too. Like I said, whether or not it came across to most people like that, I don't know. It is a very popular promo. The pipe bomb is a very popular promo that was cut.
Yeah.
But I don't...
Maybe it's just I'm old school, remembering...
I just think it was more hype and shock value than it was good promo.
Mm-hmm.
For some people.
I go back to, remembering, these great moments. And it's, then it's that, and it's like, okay. That's like, as much as I love Scott Steiner, that'd be like saying he's a great promo,
Yeah.
We
know that
Scott
doesn't
Steiner.
happen.
He's one of my all-time favorites.
Well, see, that's the thing. I liked Scott Steiner when he was Scott Steiner. I was never a huge fan of the Big Papa Pump character, but...
Yeah. Well, I even love Big Papa Pump.
I liked moments of it.
I love the Big Bad Voodoo Daddy.
I think when he first started it was okay, but after that it was just... eventually it got stale for me, and he didn't really do anything to change that, so...
And number 1, Dusty Rhodes talks about hard times.
Yeah, easily one of the most infamous promos of all time, yeah.
Yeah. And it says here, this promo is the best example of why Dusty was so beloved as a performer and why he was known as the American Dream.
Yep. I mean, Dusty Rhodes also, some of the matches he had.
Oh, yeah. This line right here, jokes have been made about his son of a plumber gimmick. But that wasn't a gimmick. He was the son of a plumber.
No, he really was, yeah.
So much of his work, on mics and that came from his actual life. You know, his character came from his life.
It did.
Which is what made, you know, so
That's
great.
what made his name even. I mean, it was traveling dusty roads, and that's where his name came from.
Yeah. You know. But his appeal to the blue-collar culture that endeared him to wrestling fans. Yeah. So, overall, this list is good. I really don't have that much to complain about. Yeah.
No, I actually thought... I thought we were going to have a lot more to tear apart in that list than we did. How many titles did Dusty Rhodes have?
Let me take a look.
Just out of curiosity. Wow! Marshall Omega and Anthony Draven have done it, ladies and gentlemen, as the winners of the match. And moving on to the semi-finals of this tournament. From Team The Ornery Knight and Team Tony USP. The future Anthony Draven and the Omega, Marshall Omega, they are the Martyrs.
Here are your winners.
And teamwork makes the dream work in this tag team victory. For my money, these two...
And you're looking for total, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, as long as it's, you know, recognized, or what most wrestling fans, I mean, not Vince McMahon recognized, but what most fans would consider recognized championship titles.
Okay. He's a 3-time NWA World Heavyweight Champion. Won the NWA Georgia Heavyweight Championship once. NWA Florida Heavyweight Championship 10 times.
10 times, eh?
NWA Southern Heavyweight Championship Florida version 7 times. NWA National Heavyweight Championship once. Also won many other championships during his wrestling career.
Wow. So he's NWA champion 3 times, you said.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. This is off from ProWrestling.fandom.com. He was a NWA Central States Heavyweight Champion once. NWA Central States Tag Team Champion once with Dick Murdoch. With Championship Wrestling from Florida, he was the NWA Florida Heavyweight Champion 10 times. So there's 12. With Georgia Championship Wrestling, he was NWA Georgia Heavyweight Champion once, so there's 13. With National Wrestling Alliance, he was 3-time NWA World Heavyweight Champion 3 times, so that was, 16? NWA World Tag Team Champion once with Manny Fernandez, 17. NWA World Television Champion 3 times, so we're at 20 titles right now.
Wow.
NWA National Heavyweight Champion once.
Look at the screen.
NWA.
That is hilarious. Today I am Elijah Archer. That is awesome. Wow. What are the odds of that? That's funny.
Yeah. But NWA National Heavyweight Champion once, NWA United States Heavyweight Champion once, so we're at 22. With NWA Tri-State, he was the Tri-State North American Champion once, so that's 23.
That was a nice belt.
With WWE, he's okay, he had no titles with WWE.
No, he didn't.
He's the Hall of Fame class of 2007. He was a Slammy Award winner for 2013 for Say What Quote of the Year. With that's stipulation, I'm in my boy's corner and I'll be your Huckleberry all night long.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of the story right now with Cody Rhodes, right, is the fact that he is going to win the championship that his dad, that eluded his father.
Yeah. And then he was NXT General Manager and Commissioner. But 23 titles. Or title runs.
Yeah, that's 23 title runs, eh? So, if that's how many championships Ric Flair's actually had, except for Ric Flair's were all world championships, is the difference, but...
That's why I was going to look up. I was just thinking I could look up Ric Flair to see how that matched up, but that's probably pretty close. Yeah, but yeah, the thing is,
I mean, feel free.
You never really think of Dusty as the champion, you know?
Oh, you always picture him as the underdog that didn't quite get there.
Yeah.
But that's only because that's what Vince McMahon wanted us to believe.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So.
Let's see where Flair's comes in at here.
I'm pretty sure he's right around 23.
Okay, trying to think what he'd be listed under then. Rick Allen, Rick Baker, Rick Glassman, Rick Cannon, Rick Connors, Rick Fargo, Feinberg, Rick Ford, Rick Fuller. I'm not fighting Ric Flair.
What? That just can't be.
I'm gonna ask this just because of it. He does spell it R-I-C-K, right?
No, just R-I-C.
There's probably what it is then.
Still though, you'd think it would have came up.
Well, no. See, this is I'm in the R's.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
There's some power behind that punch.
So that was the problem. There it is.
That's unnecessary.
Okay.
And look at hung up on the second rope. Look at his aggression.
Come down here, championships and accomplishments.
He manages to escape it. Ooh, neck breaker.
NWA Mid-Atlantic Heavyweight Championship 4 times. Mid-Atlantic Tag Team Championship 3 times. Once with Rip Hawk, one with Greg Valentine, one with Big John Studd. So there's
Wait
7.
a minute. He held tag titles with John Studd?
That's what it says.
How did I not know that? Did you know that?
No.
What the hell? Wow, okay. Learn something new every day. That prime example there, I guess.
Mid-Atlantic Television Championship once. So there's 8. NWA Television Championship once. 9. NWA and WCW United States Heavyweight Champion 5 times. So that's 14. NWA World Heavyweight Championship 10 times. So there's 20, or that's 24. NWA World Tag Team Championship Mid-Atlantic version 3 times. Twice with Valentine and once with Blackjack Mulligan. That's 27.
Yeah, and then we just have to figure out how many of those are actually world titles. Because I still think it's going to be above the 16 mark. I think it's more like in the 20s.
Oh, guaranteed. I'm sure of it. But, oh yeah, because NWA World Heavyweight Championship is 10.
Right, and then we got to figure out how many WCW, probably AWA, and WWE was at least once or twice.
Yeah. Let's see. So we are at 28. WCW International World Heavyweight Championship twice. So there's what? I think we're at 30 now. We're pretty close.
28.
28 to 30 right now. Yeah, I'm not entirely positive. We got sidetracked.
He said 27 last time, so yeah, we'll go 28.
Okay. WCW United States Heavyweight Championship once. So there's 29. WCW World Heavyweight Championship 7 times. So that's 36. WWF, WWE. You'll see where 36, okay. WWF Championship twice, so there's 38. WWE Intercontinental once, 39. World Tag Team Championship 3 times. Twice with Batista, 1 with Piper.
Well, that's right,
so
yeah.
It's 41. He won the Royal Rumble 92, Hall of Fame twice. Once, 2008 individually, 2012 as Horseman. All-Star Pro Wrestling, NWA World Heavyweight Championship 1 time. Crap, that was... Shit,
they're probably... What year was that? Because they're probably considering that the modern NWA World title, because obviously that would be 11 NWA World titles.
The years
okay.
on these titles. It just tells me what promotion and the title name and how many times. All Japan Pro Wrestling, he won the NWA World Heavyweight Championship once. So we're over 40.
There's 12 NWA World titles just with different promotions.
Yeah. Central States Wrestling, NWA World Heavyweight Championship once.
13.
National Wrestling Alliance, their Hall of Fame. St. Louis Wrestling Club, NWA Missouri Heavyweight Championship once.
That's the Missouri Heavyweight Championship, so we won't count that one. But we're still at what, 13 world titles with just NWA?
Yeah, at least, yeah.
Yep.
And that's all of his world title, or all of his titles.
Because that might make sense, because he had the WWE title once. That was in the Royal Rumble. And the WCW title, I'm not sure how many times he had that, but that would equal it to 16. But again, there was more title victories too, though, that were also considered world titles that just didn't get recognized by most promotions, unfortunately, during the Battle of the Territories, if you will. Here's something I'd like you to do. 2 things, actually. Hulk Hogan and Bruno Sammartino, bring up their championship accomplishments.
Okay.
While you do that, you have to take a quick bathroom break. The line to the head looks kind of short, so I'm going to skip my ass down the hallway and bleed at the bladder, so I'll be right back. But yeah, I'm just curious, because now that you see, it's your fault. It is your fault. You've got the intrigue now, and my interest peaked on some of these great wrestlers and what their actual accomplishments were. So, all right, I'll be right back.
Okay.
All the way up. Still up. Squatting too, my gosh. He thinks he has it.
Anyway, stays down for a 1 count.
He's still got more left in the tank.
Tag is registered.
In comes Scott Hall.
Oh, this is going to hurt.
Is it enough? The cover.
Kick out. I cannot believe what I'm seeing right now. No one can. Tag is made. Little tandem offense on the horizon. Oh, and boom, back elbow. He's on his heels a bit now.
Yeah, this is the type of damage.
Oh, it's caught. All saw it coming.
Scott Hall, right where he wants it, because we're about to see the Summer's Edge.
Hall might have just finished things. Cover. 1, 2, and a kick out. The muscle memory's got to for 3. This was the moment to capitalize on. That should have been the end. And this might not have a pleasant ending. Someone called a dentist. And Nash didn't see that coming. Clothesline. In off the tag. Fresh man in. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Into the full Nelson. It's cinched in deep. Submission locked in tight. Nowhere to go. And there's the save. Set up in the corner of the ring. Uh-oh. Oh, wow. Check out Scott Hall's face. Fighting back with a counter. Oh, man. Check out this power. Gorilla press slam. Tagging his partner in now.
All right, I have returned.
Okay. Bruno Sammartino has 8 total titles.
8? That's it? Mind you, some of those spanned forever, but yeah.
Grand Prix Wrestling, he has the GPW Tag Team Championship once with Eduardo Carpenter.
I'm not sure I know who that is, actually.
Yeah, I don't either. National Wrestling Alliance, he has the NWA International Tag Championship, Toronto version, with Whipper Billy Watson.
No, I know who that is.
Oh. And the NWA United States Heavyweight Championship Toronto version once.
I am shaking my head in disbelief over how he managed to get this over.
World Wrestling Association Tag Team Championship one time with Dick the Bruiser. WWF International Tag Team Championship once with Dominic DeNucci. WWF United States Tag Team Championship once with Spiros Arian. WWF Championship twice. And that's it.
I always liked the concept of the U.S. tag titles because, much like the U.S. title or the Intercontinental title, it was a stepping stone for tag champions. You know what I mean? It was basically the contendership to the top tag titles, but it was still prestigious enough that it was exciting.
Okay, so we are now going into Hulkamania. Championships and accomplishments.
Take a good look at a real
Alright. Southeastern Championship Wrestling. He had the NWA Southwestern Heavyweight Championship Northern Division once, and the Southern Division twice. So that's 3. WCW World Heavyweight Championship 6 times. That's 9. Okay, with WWF, WWE, World Tag Team Championships once with Edge. 10. WWF, WWE Championship 6 times. Or 16. And that's it. 16. He's won 16 titles.
I'm confused right now why Simmons just broke up a pin for his own partner.
No clue.
Oh! And that is it. That is all. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the match and moving on to the semi-finals from Team KJ2294 and Team J Negative Gaming. The OG, Kurt Jordan, and the Soul Man, Jay Simmons, Power and Glory.
Here are your winners, Power.
And by request, I'm going to look that up real quick. See if I can find it on YouTube here.
What do you look for?
Oh, I'm going to see if I can't find the State of the Union.
Oh, yeah.
But it's got to be the uncensored version.
Definitely has to be the uncensored version. Only 3 more matches to go and we crown ourselves new champions. And we're going to get to one of those 3 matches right now. First matchup in the semifinals, Legacy versus The Circle. And I'll get the betting line open for that, just in case anybody still wants to place a bet. All right, who you betting on this one? Legacy or The Circle?
I'm not choosing this match at all.
Now remember, the winner, this is a tough one, but the winner of this match goes to fight for the titles.
I am not rooting for either one.
I guess if I'm forced to bet, you know, not that I want, I'm with you on this one. I understand your dilemma because I do not want to choose a side here at all. But if I'm forced to bet, I'm definitely going with The Circle. I'm going with The Circle. We cannot have Legacy winning a championship gold. It cannot happen. I'd almost prefer the AEW Exiles. But, I mean, we still do have 2 other formidable teams that could take their place as well. So, there's that.
Looking at some highly motivated competitors in this match, looking to steal the show and capture the attention of the entire WWE Universe.
Videos, movies, and stand.
All I see is 4 teams remaining, one of which is eventually likely going to have to face the Wolfpack. I mean, let's be real. Just the way things are transpiring lately, that just seems to me the next logical step.
I would love to have Power and Glory versus the Wolfpack.
Ooh.
I would love that match. And, you know, Wolfman don't really care. You know, though, I'll tell you, he loves getting in the ring with Jay Simmons.
Yeah, he does.
You know, he enjoys himself.
The Atlantic Champion, the champ,
Jericho!
Some would say the superstar thinks a little too much of themselves, but the tape doesn't lie. This is a serious contender for any title. They need to loosen up, have a little fun.
I mean, the announcer can't even get Jericho's name right. Chris Jericho. Who the hell is Chris Jericho? I mean, is he a sponsor for Cheerios or?
Oh no! Someone's getting them confused for Booty-O's.
Right, he's confusing Booty-O's with Jericho. 1231 Girly Girl, how you doing? Welcome to episode number 335. This is just a special event for the evening. We had 2 vacant championships, so we had orders of business to take care of and crown new champions. We are only 3 matches away from crowning new WCW World Tag Team Champions. We already crowned a brand new TWA Canadian Heavyweight Champion representing the Wolfpack, the Professor Poindexter. And we've had a night full of historical facts from professional wrestling, and we're still on the go. So welcome on in, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the 3 matches that are left, and whatever historical facts we decide to dig up and toss at you. Glenola and I have been on a roll, like an absolute roll. We've been attempting to find lists to tear apart, and as ghastly as it is, we keep finding decent ones, which is odd because on a normal night when we want a decent one, we get one that is absolutely trash heapish. So, go figure. But we're trying. We are looking for a list we can tear apart. We're just, for some reason, having a difficult time doing this at the moment. But we are trying.
Oh, you want one to actually tear apart? I've been trying to avoid that.
Oh, you've actually been trying to avoid that?
I've been trying to find
good lists. You know, I actually thought it was just somehow poor luck of the draw.
No, really, it's been pretty lucky, you know. But no, I've been just, you know, I was intentionally trying to find a bad list.
Well, I mean... if you want to find a terrible list, just look up the top 10 best Ultimate Warrior promos, and I mean, that whole thing would be ghastly.
I don't think it would exist.
I would hope not. If somebody actually made that list, we are banning them from the Archiverse. So I want to know their names.
He reverses it. Shoulder, elbow, all affected with that.
Chris Jericho is bleeding already. Not a great start to the match for the Ayatollah of Rock and Roll. By the way, is there anything lined up for a rematch with MJF, like Poindexter and MJF that you know of?
I haven't heard anything.
Like, I can't believe he's not crying and whining more than he is about that championship toy belt that Poindexter relieved him of.
Okay. You're not going to believe this.
Oh my God, there's a list.
On YouTube. There's a, let me find this one again. What was it?
Who's the YouTube channel? Nobody subscribed to this channel and they are being banned from the Archiverse.
I can't find it again.
He's entered a state of distress now. Yeah, he's being faced with a lot of adversity right now.
Okay, well, actually, I misread. It says the best Ultimate Warrior promo ever.
Oh,
it's
well.
just one. I misread it.
Did he even have one you could consider a best promo, though? I mean, holy God. I bet you it's the one about Hulk Hogan and the plane and the... I bet you it's that one.
However, I did find 10 most insane promos of Ultimate Warrior's career.
There you go. We'll probably agree with everything, though.
Yeah, it's on Sportster.
Okay.
Let's see, published October 1st of 2019. And...
Oh! Man, Brody just pancaked Jericho.
Eric Blattberg.
He actually normally posts some pretty good articles.
Yeah. Number 10, The Ultimate Challenge. Main event of WrestleMania 6 was at the time the greatest clash of the Titans WWE had ever seen.
Yeah.
Ultimate Warrior and all his little warriors against Hulk Hogan and the Power of Hulkamania. See, what the problem was, the crossover between Little Warriors and Hulkamaniacs was... yeah. You know, a large majority of it crossed over.
Oh, yeah.
The promos the Warrior gave were completely insane, but also actually told a story. A ridiculous one, but still a story.
Yeah, to say the very least. I mean, I can't disagree. He did tell a story, but...
The two mythological forces were destined to battle for supremacy of the normals, or something to that effect. The standout promo of this build-up is the Warrior demanding Hogan crash an airplane.
I told you. I knew it. How could it not be? Because that was the only one that was so over-the-top ridiculous that everybody remembers it. And now Brody is bleeding. Jesus, everybody's bleeding all over the place.
Number 9 is to attack and keep coming. If you've ever thought the Ultimate One was a crazed being from another world, he readily admits as much in this promo. I was sent in a capsule from a place not from here, the Maniac declares.
Yeah.
His mission statement, to attack and keep coming. Not to ask, but to give.
He was
not
from
to
Eternia.
Want, but just to send. There's no match he's promoting in this piece, just pure unadulterated warrior wildness that'll make you sick. Nowadays, Conrad and Tony might make a certain product out of this promo. Number 8, jump on my back. One of the American Dream's famous promos had his hand touching our hand. Perhaps that's where the Warrior got his inspiration for this craziness. The Warrior, in celebration of defeating the Honky Tonk Man in convincing fashion for the Intercontinental Belt, tells the Warriors
in seconds. Was it 7 seconds?
Something I don't remember. But tells his Warriors that we were the champions. Now that Warrior and all his fans were the IC champ, it was time to grab a body part and hold on tight. The ultimate Thanksgiving. When the big guy headed for the Survivor Series, his frantic energy was given over to his partners as well. Here the Warriors, consisting of Anvil and the Rockers, got ready to do battle with the Heenan family. While Neidhart also gave some banana promos in his day. This footage is more famous for watching the Warrior stalk around his team with athletic tape tying them all together. How's that for symbolism?
Yeah.
Check out Marty Jannetty during the promo. He looks legitimately concerned that Captain Cisco is going to choke them all out.
You know, I'm doing all I can here not to try and cheer on the AEW Exiles here, but, I mean, Legacy is doing far too good for my liking in this matchup. Well, I mean, we cannot have Legacy even continuing in this tournament, much less a threat of them becoming champ. Oh, no, yes! Yes, I thought it was all right. There you go. Goodbye, Captain Disgusting. Luscious Luther Brody has been eliminated. No, sadly, I do like the Magnificent Reed Rude. I do like the Magnificent Reed, so I do feel bad for Rude. Legacy has been eliminated from the tournament, so the winners of the match and moving on to the tournament finals to fight for the WCW World Tag Team Championships. The AEW Exiles, MJF and Chris Jericho. The Circle.
Alright, number 6, the Madness and the Wildness.
The Madness and the Wildness.
After the Macho King smashed his scepter over the Ultimate Warrior's head, costing him the WWE title, and setting the stage for their epic career versus career encounter at WrestleMania 7, as the match was being built up, the Warrior was laying down promos explaining that the piece of the scepter that was stuck in his head, he demanded the doctors to leave it in. If the Macho King wanted it back so badly, he'd let him come and get it.
Yeah. Look at this next matchup. Now there is a tough one to decide. We have 2 streamer teams here facing off.
Well, I gotta go.
The Martyrs and Power and Glory. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't know who to choose with this one. Part of me wants to say Power and Glory, multiple-time World Tag Team Championships, have held tag titles in WCW and the Archers. One of the few tag teams that have done that, by the way. But the Martyrs have really been sensational since forming and becoming an instant success as a tag team. And it wouldn't surprise me to see them. And I mean, they took out the Mega Powers with, fairly, I mean, it wasn't exactly an overly long or grueling matchup, if you know what I'm saying. Power and Glory, however, had a pretty grueling match against the Outsiders. So part of me wants to say, I think that this is the Martyrs' time to shine, and part of me says Power and Glory is going to roll that dice, and the Martyrs are going to crap out. But, I don't know. Either way, it is going to be a sensational finals. The Circle versus either the Martyrs or Power and Glory. Now that is a final.
Hey, Archer, I wasn't the only one that wasn't going to bet for either one. Nobody bet on Legacy or the Circle.
No, they didn't, no. No. Nobody wanted to bet on that one.
Oh. Alright, number 5. From the Darkness. One of the big promos Warrior was set to have was against the... or one of the big programs the Warrior was set to have was against the Undertaker. One of the famous moments of the early 90s had the dead man knock the Warrior down, out, and lock him in a casket, clinging for his last breath. As he's gearing up for a rematch with Sergeant Slaughter for Saturday night's main event, the Ultimate One let us all know that similar to the Batman villain Bane, he was born in the darkness that men like Slaughter and the Undertaker merely adopted for their own.
Interessant.
Number 4, Warriors ready for war. For the first and only time in WWE history, all the Warriors from the 80s came together in one Survivor Series squad. The Road Warriors, Kerry Von Erich, who once wrestled as the modern-day Warrior, and the Ultimate Warrior.
Yeah.
The quartet were geared up for war against the Mr. Perfect team, heading and all 3 members of Demolition. They're the perfect team to destroy. Warrior in the background doing the wave is one of the funniest things you'll see in a Warrior promo. Oh no, that's
what I mean though. The Ultimate Warrior and the Modern Day Warrior on the same team, they would have been absolutely epic.
Alright, the Ultimate Death and Justice. The promo here isn't nearly as wild as the ridiculous pairing of the Big Boss Man, the Undertaker, and the Ultimate Warrior. This motley crew of a trio was gearing up for a 6-man tag match against Nails, Kamala, and Razor Ramon.
Nails! Oh my God! You know what? When we're done, we gotta look up the story on Nails because that's hilarious. That whole thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna after I get through this list, I'm gonna have to jet.
Wow, there's only one match left after this one.
Well, I'll try to stick around, but my voice is going.
Well, maybe the last match we just watch.
Yeah.
It's been a long night.
But let's see.
Great night though. Great matches, great time, and some of the facts we come out. I mean, we even learned a few things tonight. I mean, how often does that happen? How often does that happen?
Warrior is confident that he can walk through jungles full of nails and razors, considering he's got Law and Justice at his side, and the Grim Reaper watching his 6. If this didn't want to make you head to the Boston Garden, nothing would.
Yeah.
Alright, number 2. The Warrior force field poisons you. Both Bobby Heenan and Rick Rude found a way to stop the Ultimate Warrior at WrestleMania 5, defeating him for the Intercontinental title. SummerSlam 1989 was the big rematch. The Warrior guaranteed victory, citing the force field that the Warriors put around the belt had been poisoning Rude, weakening him to a mere mortal state, with his Warriors acting as a plague. And number 1, the spaceship.
Oh, God.
The Warriors claw and scratch their way onto the back of the Ultimate Warrior, urging to do what's right and urging him to do what's wrong. As the Warrior moved closer to his rematch with Ravishing Rick Rude at SummerSlam 89, it was time to load the spaceship up with the rocket fuel to take the belt back to parts unknown. Rick Rude was always able to get a good match out of him, so it's no surprise he was also able to inspire some of the better promos from the Hall of Famer.
I always loved Ravishing Rick Rude. Even when he was supposed to be the one we hated, I still liked him. Personally. I mean, I'm sure others, you know, because some people just get so involved and invested in storylines, they literally just have to follow suit. Where me, I was like, I don't know, this guy's edgy. I like him. You know what I mean?
All right.
What we should have done was looked up some of, seen what they had for some of Ric Flair's best promos while we were on the promo subject. Interesting, because, I mean, he's had many, so many, but that's why it'd be interesting to see what they compiled, because I don't know. Although it'd be hard to at least, you know, whether or not they were top or not, they would be at least good promos.
Oh yeah.
Well, man, the first semifinal match did not last long at all. And to be fair, I don't expect this one to last much longer. I mean, the fatigue and the grueling matches are taking their toll. It might be a very short final match at the rate we are going. I mean, every superstar is visibly fatiguing. I don't think anybody bet on this match either.
No way. No way. I refuse to believe that wasn't 3. There they go.
I was going to, but I got distracted.
The betting lines have closed. And yeah, nobody bet at all. But I mean, at this time of the night, that's typically normal.
Yeah. And actually, Archer, I'm not gonna make it. I gotta lay down.
Ain't no problem, man. I can go with the flow for the last match and a half or so. I will talk to you tomorrow. Thanks for being here. It was a great night. Appreciate you as always.
It was fun. Thank you for coming into the stream.
Oh, of course, yeah. It was a good time.
But
it was a good stream.
Have a wonderful night, and I shall see you all later today, I guess. Technically, it's at
9
a.m.
TWA Wrestle Kingdom. It's going to be a good night.
Yep. But I hope I get a chance to talk to you later on after I got a couple ideas.
Nice. Sounds good.
So I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
Oh
Bye.
man, you can see he is feeling it now.
All right. Let's see who wins the final semifinals match. And look at Marshall Omega is busted open here. I mean, again, all the superstars in this ring are visibly tired and battered and bruised. Whoa! 2 3/4 there.
Close, so close. He's got to know he's in harm's way here.
Oh yeah, the OG setting him back up again. Wow. Yokozuna cutter by the OG, but only a 2 count. The Omega kicks out.
Just deadlifting right there. The power.
Wow, running power slam.
Going up top.
Here we go.
Wow, that was a huge flying body splash there. Flew halfway across the ring. That was some big airtime.
What do you have to do to put this guy away?
Here he comes off the tag.
And the blood just pouring out of Omega's head there.
Foot just stomping down.
Looks like he might have a cut under his right eye as well.
To their opponent. This isn't going to be good. Reversal. Can they go on the attack?
I mean, the unfortunate part of a tournament for everybody involved is damage retention is a real thing. And the Soul Man Jay Simmons now bleeding himself. Broke up by the OG, 2 count only. And remember, tomorrow night, TWA Wrestle Kingdoms will start at a different time than normal due to work schedule change, as of course foretold by the schedule. So tomorrow night, TWA Wrestle Kingdom will not begin until 11:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, not 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh, look at this rolling calf slicer, but the OG got his foot on the rope. Oh, look at that. Simmons had come into the ring, but Marshall Omega took him out from behind.
Here he goes for the win. Can he close it out?
Oh, another near fall for the Martyrs. Ooh, gourd buster by the OG.
Just punched him right in the mouth. Relentless. Enough already.
Little ruthless aggression, some ground and pound here by the OG Kurt Jordan. And he has busted open Anthony Draven, who retaliates with a big kick right to the forehead.
Able to get the advantage here. Boom, what a punch. Textbook vertical suplex. Bam.
Ooh, vicious. Just slams his face right off the canvas. Simmons breaks up the pinfall attempt. 2 count only. But Draven goes right back to work on the OG here. Oh, man, Jordan just barely got that shoulder up. Draven not satisfied. He's going to continue to chop down the OG here. Or try. Oh, Jesus. He just speared him and just about knocked him right out of the ring. Out of nowhere, the OG exploding with a big spear to Draven. And look at the frustration on Kurt Jordan's face. Rightfully so. I mean, at this stage of the match and this tournament, everybody's tired, battered and bruised. Wow. Draven kicks out again, 2 count only.
Must have cost him. I can. These are the moments where you really find out how tough you are. Will that be the last opportunity? Is there still enough left in these men? Every person in this capacity crowd is on their feet.
And with good reason. These superstars are earning all of their respect.
Press slam.
Draven taking the OG back over to no man's land here. Apparently the OG does not agree with that plan, though. Oh, big clothesline. Drops him like a sack of potatoes.
Makes the save for his team.
Simmons there, though, to break up the pinfall attempt.
Can he capitalize? And an inverted atomic drop. And deep into this match, he is taking on more unwelcomed damage. He has to
Back in comes Omega. Oh, look at this. Catches Jordan right away. He's going for the Omega Clash. He nailed it. He nailed the Omega Clash. But again, Simmons there to break up the pinfall attempt. Whoa, nice reversal by Jay Simmons. Float over DDT, takes Omega down, but Omega right back to his feet and right back on the attack. Submission locked in, but Simmons again dives into the ring and breaks up the submission attempt.
Whatever's playing here can't be good. Big time escape right there.
Couldn't figure out what to do with Simmons. Now Simmons striking back here. Big elbows to the side of the head. And he also has him
And out of the ring he goes.
distracted. And the OG going to take advantage. Electric chair drop. Wow, Omega kicks him off. And the OG found a second wind here, I think.
Stomp to the leg. his torso continues to be targeted. That could be disrupting the flow of air at this point. He's going for the pin. This could be it. Oh, what a save. That should have been 3.
And Simmons himself is bleeding from the forehead. A lot of blood being spilled here tonight.
We got a cover.
Oh! Another near fall for the Martyrs.
You can sense it. This crowd is on pins and needles.
The WWE Universe is ready to erupt. Are we close to the beginning of the act?
And Draven back into the ring catches the Soul Man with a running lariat right off the hop.
He keeps his team in the
And this time it is the OG breaking up the pinfall. And a back suplex for his efforts. Draven drops him. And going right back after the Soul Man.
And he's able to counter. Both superstars showing great awareness of their opponent's repertoire. Textbook vertical suplex. Bam.
Back in comes the Omega.
Able to counter. Series of reversals. Oh my God.
Ooh! Big pendulum backbreaker by the Omega, Marshall Omega.
Oh, look at this. Oh, pump handle into a gut buster.
Pump handle gutbuster. And that is it. That is all, ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the match. And moving on to the tournament finals for the right to fight for the WCW World Tag Team Championships. From Team The Ornery Knight and Team Atonia USP, the future Anthony Draven and the Omega, Marshall Omega, they are the Martyrs. Here we go. We are heading into the main event of the evening. Who is going to walk out with the WCW World Tag Team Championship?
Here are your winners.
And these two really do make the
Anthony Draven's the only person in this entire tournament that has not been busted open.
I fully expect to see more showings like this going forward from this duo.
Huge win for the Martyrs. Man, do they continue to look like an impressive set of specimens for the tag team division. Wow. And well on their way to becoming champions for the very first time. I mean, as ghastly as it is that these titles were stolen from the Coalition, I mean, this next matchup is absolute fire, isn't it? The Circle, the AEW Exiles, versus the fastest rising and most successful new tag team in Archerverse history, the Martyrs. All right, here we go. Main event of the evening, guys. And then again tomorrow night, special time of 11:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, simply because I work a little bit later. So therefore, instead of 10:30 p.m., it will be 11:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time when TWA Wrestle Kingdom returns for another episode of the Streamers versus the World. And it is going to be an epic evening of action. And of course, our last evening of extracurricular competition before we head back into those competing brands and start traveling down that fiery road that will lead to the Archerverse No Surrender, the next big stream per-view of 2022, and the next big stream per-view number 2 of the Archerverse 3.0. All right, we're moments away from the final match and crowning a new set of tag team champions. All right, here we go. It is showtime and go time.
The following contest is the final in the Tag Team Championship Tournament. It is for the WCW World Tag Team Championship. Introducing first, from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, weighing in at 248 pounds, the champ, Chris Jericho.
Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, is our Tag Team Championship match. And this is the one I've been waiting for all day, Cole. What these teams can do inside that ring never ceases to amaze me. I'd say that he's among the most prideful superstars on the roster today.
Well, when you accomplish what he's been able to accomplish, Michael, you have every right to be proud of yourself.
All right, what do you guys think? The AEW Exiles, the Circle. Will MJF and Chris Jericho pick up Tag Team Championship gold here tonight?
226 pounds, MJF.
Or will the Martyrs make Archerverse history and be the first team to form in the Archerverse, rise to the top of the chain, enter a tournament, complete the tournament, and become World Tag Team Champions and remain undefeated as a tag team?
But guys, the amount of
Very interesting. Very intriguing.
is downright awful.
I wouldn't worry too much about it, Michael. One of these nights, somebody's going to slap that disrespect right out of his mouth. And tonight might just be that night.
Hopefully everybody enjoyed the show tonight. It was just an extra evening of action. Some extra time with the fam jam, if you will. We do have a great community, and last night you guys made WCW Bash at the Beach the most watched stream per view in Archerverse history. It was an absolutely fire night, and tonight was just an extra way of saying thank you. And we did have 2 championships that were vacant, so we did have orders of business to take care of, and we took care of that tonight. Of course, member of the Wolfpack, Poindexter, the new TWA Canadian Heavyweight Champion, and we are moments away from crowning new WCW World Tag Team Champions. So it has been a great evening of action in the ring. Another great night spent with a great community in yourselves, because you guys are all awesome. Legends are all of you.
Yeah, he's about as proud as a peacock, Michael. And you know what? He has every right.
And then again tomorrow night, 11:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, TWA Wrestle Kingdom returns. Streamers versus the world, baby. They are taking on all comers, just not other streamers anymore. They have opened those doors. The future Anthony Draven from Team Tony USP.
Weighing in at 293 pounds.
Can the Martyrs make history?
Ladies and gentlemen, this match is for the vacant.
We are going to find out, folks.
Tonight, we finally crowned one of these superstars as our next champion. And it's about time, if you ask me.
We are going to find out. Are you ready to find out? The Martyrs or the AEW Exiles? One of them are going home brand new WCW World Tag Team Champions. And let's not forget that the tournaments weren't the only highlight of the evening. Let's not forget that the Iceman Christian Hart stepped into the ring tonight and defended very successfully and formidably his TWA United States Heavyweight Championship. A great match that was. All right, here we go. WCW World Tag Team titles on the line. The Circle versus the Martyrs. Let's go. Time to crown new champions.
Interesting to see who will gain the early advantage for their team in this match for the tag titles.
Momentum is always so vital in a tag match.
With the championship on the line. 1, 2. Kicks out. This is no time to hesitate.
Wow, we had a near fall already and the match just started.
Straining that trapezius muscle. Rolling neck snap.
These guys are definitely giving their all. I expect a drawn out slobber knocker of a matchup.
Putting the shoulder in jeopardy there.
Whether or not we see an epic wrestling match or an instant classic is yet to be seen, but they are going to fight.
And he said, "You're not getting me with that this time." Butterfly suplex. Perhaps a unique suplex. Shoulders down. Championship on the line. 1, 2. And he makes the save for his team.
And Draven dives across and breaks up the submission or the pinfall attempt.
Tag made.
Man, oh man, can you imagine if the AEW Exiles win the WCW Tag Team titles here tonight? We would never hear the end of it.
Whoa, drop kick all the way to the outside.
And to the exact opposite, it would be much better to see the Martyrs make history tonight. That would be exciting.
Break his arm. Vicious. Dodges out of the way. 3. Powerbomb. 4. He slides back into the ring. 5. And he gets the tag.
Wow, jackknifed him. I mean, the back of MJF's head just bounced off that canvas.
Oh my God.
Whoa, Jesus Christ. Tony USP's Anthony Draven can fly.
Scattered reversal there. Oh, look at that scoop slam. He's turning the tables. Ooh, what a punch. That's how you stop your opponent.
There's that big vertical suplex
Reaches his partner for the tag.
that Anthony Draven does so well.
Off the turnbuckles. What's he gonna
Gets that little extra torque in it and just drives the spine of his opponent down to that canvas.
Bad predicament right here. Ooh, going over the top. Oh, no! Slingshot cross body? That was ridiculous.
Just exhibiting their fearlessness.
Exhibiting guts and accuracy as well.
You have with a submission locked in, Fujiwara armbar, but you cannot tap anybody out outside the ring in this matchup, sir. Referee with the 5 count. Marshall Omega is staggering. Wobbling all over the place there he is.
Oh, saw it coming. Picked up. Reverse DDT. End of the road.
Oh, look at this. Oh, pump handle into a gut buster. Nice.
4, 5. Slingshot.
Boom with a forearm.
Wow. Holy hell.
That is weaponizing your body. That's what that was.
2. No, let him break his arm. Jesus. He is getting shredded apart right now.
Yeah, he has really hit a brick wall here.
4. Cranking the head.
We get a 5 count again here on them. I mean, these guys have spent more time outside the ring than in, but unfortunately, it is not falls count anywhere.
I thought they had it won, but he makes the save. It doesn't get any closer than that without the bell ringing. Big risk here. He may be counted out.
He might be oblivious to the count, guys.
9.
And oh man, Omega just about got counted out, and in a tournament, a count out is still a defeat, which means the Circle would still win the tag team titles. That would have been ghastly.
Opponent off the ropes. Tossed upside down with the backdrop.
And now he's controlling the pace of this one. Yeah, it's one attack after the other with him.
Here's the pin title on the line. 2.
No, I thought it was over.
Oh, another near fall for the Martyrs. I gotta tell you guys, this matchup has already lasted a lot longer than I thought it was going to. I mean, these guys are all battered, bruised, bloodied, and fatigued. This is a crazy battle between these two.
Leg down to the mat.
Rope bridging. Oh, man, that's cinching it in.
Look at the torque on the shoulder. Oh. Give up now. Swallow your pride and submit. Just hang on. Hang on for just a... He let it go.
Oh, sir.
Yeah, I wonder why.
With a championship.
No submission there. Anthony Draven fights through it, and MJF releases out of frustration.
Knew what was coming there. He connected right on the...
Likely regretting his decision right about now at that.
He foiled that attempt.
Tough position to be caught in here. Oh, God. Face first. He deflects it right back. Placing them into the corner. Trapped in the corner. Oh, my gosh. Nowhere to go. Drop arm breaker. There's the tag.
Now, I gotta be honest, even though I pegged them to win against Legacy, as a matter of fact, I even at one point or another, maybe multiple times during that matchup, cheered for the Circle. They're getting a little too close to winning this match than I would like.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, what we would have to endure from boasting and bragging and tantalizing would be absolutely ghastly.
From the suplex. He's tagging out. Uh-oh. What a takedown. Fujiwara armbar.
Going after the arm.
Fujiwara armbar. Incredible pressure.
I get battles out of it, but MJF going upstairs.
From the top. Are you kidding?
Wow. Landed right in the middle of Omega's spine. And look at this. MJF stalking him.
Gets him with the counter.
Met with a big elbow right to the face, though. Take that, MJF. Oh, he scoop slams him. Nice reversal. Take that, Omega, apparently. And again, the Circle doing far too good for my liking.
Sheer perseverance.
Far too good for my liking.
Backbreaker. Right to the spine.
He was elusive there.
Had that one scouted. Boom, what a roundhouse.
Wow, devastating brainbuster. Let's see if we can make anything come out of this. Whoa. Reverse DDT by the Omega. But back in comes MJF, though. Jericho down, but MJF still full of fight. Apparently so is Omega, though. He is game and good to go. Let's go. And good to go over the top rope, too, apparently. Got a 6 count going here.
The ref may call a count out soon, guys. You do not want to test this ref. And they beat the count. Wow, so close. Oh, and a gut buster. And a tag there. Bruising attack to the stomach. Sent right out of the ring.
Man, oh man. Again. Somebody being tossed over the top rope like this is a battle royal. This match has been absolutely crazy as far as the amount of times you've seen a body fly over that top rope. Another near fall, but 2 count only.
He's reeling, slowly getting up.
Oh, there's that inverted armbar attempt again, but a rope break. And in comes Omega to help out Draven. Ooh. Wow, backbreaker to a neckbreaker combo. Beautifully executed, but he tags in the Painmaker. Jericho went to cover Draven, but Omega came right in like immediately, so Jericho broke his own pinfall. Wise move by the veteran, by the way. I will say that. Uh-oh. Wow, he's got a sharpshooter locked in here. Short-lived, though. Omega breaks it up, but MJF with a big drop kick. And Marshall Omega outside the ring and down and out. But look at this, Draven back to his feet. Draven is back to his feet, but look at this Jericho reversal. Even under adversity and being fatigued, battered and bruised, he's still got one of the greatest minds in the business. MJF looks for the pinfall here. Draven is down and out. Oh no! That is absolutely ghastly. We are never going to hear the end of this. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the match and new WCW World Tag Team Champions, the AEW Exiles, MJF and Chris Jericho, The Circle. That is insane. That is insane. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. That is all. We will see each other tomorrow night, 11:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Again, a work schedule change forced the 10:30 to 11:30, but we are back with all of your favorite streamers collecting under one umbrella. TWA Wrestle Kingdom will go live 11:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It'll be the streamers versus the World Championship Gold will be on the line. There will be grudge matches, rivalries, feuds. It's going to be an epic time. We'll see you tomorrow night. But now it is time to invade. That is how we're going to end our evening. Let's go visit Joe Link.